relaxing times.
Make it Santori time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Cheap Seat Critics podcast. I'm one of your hosts, a character called Sinister Boy.
Hello, I'm one of your other hosts, a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Spranks. And this is the part of the podcast where it's a little bit of broken record because we got so many socials. If you're interested, we got the Twitter, we got the we got the X, we got the Facebook, Instagram, YouTube side for visuals, Rumble now. We got a LetterBox. Geez, Louise, if you look us up, Cheap Seat Critics podcast, goodness, you'll find us somewhere.
We are everywhere, and we are watching and listening.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, we are. Today we are covering Lost in Translation.
That is correct.
Thank you. Hopefully, I wasn't watching the wrong movie.
Of statement.
I didn't watch this.
I guess that pause will be left in. Okay.
Hey, we had to set the mood because it's a slow burner movie. All right, we gotta limp our way in. I guess I will start with some histories, and then I'll go into some facts. It's kind of how I do it, and we'll go from there. I will randomly Crimson.
I feel like it's always randomly me. Who would have thought?
Who'd have thought?
Yeah, no idea. But my history is not very vast. This first time I've seen it for the podcast. I've heard of the movie before. Even before we go when it was brought up by Sinister. But I didn't know who was in it. I just knew the title. I didn't know what it was about. That's about it. Pretty blind other than the comparison to Before We Go. So I had that going into it.
Right, and Sprinks.
I've known the title. I knew Bill Murray was in it. I did not know Scarlett Johansson was in it. And I've watched it once in my life, which is I finished it about 10 minutes before recording.
So it's fresh in the head.
He will have the freshest perspective out of all four of us, probably. All right, and writer.
I don't think I've heard of it before. Before we go recording. But upon watching it, I realized I had seen, I think, a couple images from it before. The scene where Bill Murray and Scarlett Johansson are sitting outside of the karaoke booth, and they're sharing a cigarette. I think that I've seen before. And I think the other image that I saw in relation to this was him sitting by himself on the bed. I've seen that in GIF format before. That's pretty much it. So my first, yeah, maybe my first. So this was my first time for the podcast.
All right, and I'll go last because I think I probably have the most. Having picked this, I think, and brought it up on a previous podcast, I was pretty sure I probably had the most experience, but was happy to be wrong. I had heard about this movie for a long time. And I was always kind of interested in it because it did look. I'm a big Bill Murray fan, and I'd heard that it was kind of like one of the Bill Murray, movies of his canon. I don't know if I can use the word canon when I consider Bill Murray, but whatever. We'll just go with it. So I saw it, and I'd always seen like bits of it because this is kind of like I'm going to probably be dating myself with this, but this is kind of like a Tumblr movie. I feel like a lot of people on Tumblr share GIFs and, images from this a lot. So it's kind of within that realm. And I finally saw it because I had a friend who we were kind of like pen pals, whatever, when we'd watch movies together online. And this was kind of like one that we watched early on. And so that's kind of the first time I saw it, and I really loved it a lot. And seen it probably about 5, maybe 6 times since then overall. And it's just kind of a good little, it's kind of a movie where I feel like I don't have to pay attention to it too much because I kind of have the gist of it. And so it gives it kind of a dreamlike quality. So
interesting.
Yeah. All right, that's all for histories. I will go into some quick little facts that will be sprinkled throughout, but we'll start off. This was directed by Sofia Coppola. It is only her second feature film, her first being The Virgin Suicides, which I also saw very early on in my life and really messed me up. So thank you, Sofia Coppola.
Coming on
Is
strong.
she related to Francis Ford Coppola?
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
his daughter. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is from what I've heard from some interviews with her, that this is a slightly autobiographical film. I don't know to what length or but it is based on her experiences traveling to Japan when she was kind of trying to figure out what she wanted to do with her life before she settled on career in film. The writing of it, I believe, took 6 months, roughly, after rewriting it, and it was much shorter screenplay than most usually are. I believe it was only about 75 to 85 pages. Mostly because there's not a lot of talking scenes. It's a lot of segments, I think, as Crimson put it when he first talked to me about the movie after seeing it.
Yeah.
It took about a year to get Bill Murray signed on. Because
Bill Murray,
Bill Murray does not have an agent. He has an 800 number that people call, and and so she called, several times a week, trying to get in touch with him, and had people send scripts that she knew, who knew her, or that she knew in the industry that knew him, and finally one guy sent a script to him, and he had dinner with her, and he said he accepted the role, saying, "She spent a lot of time getting me to be the guy. In the end, I felt like I couldn't let her down." But as far as what I read, he was always meant to be Bob Harris in the movie.
And taking a year, that's a commitment to the actor.
And it was a verbal agreement. There was no contract or anything. So when they went for filming, they were very nervous for about until he got there.
That's funny.
It's something I don't think they could do today.
No.
Everything's wrapped up in paperwork.
Mm-hmm. And she got Scarlett Johansson. That was kind of in her mind. She'd seen her in a previous movie. I think it was called Nanny and Low, and she wanted to discuss the role, but she was worried at the time because Scarlett Johansson is about, I think, 17 years old in this movie. If she could play like a 20-year-old or 20-something, and she went with it. She felt she looked older, so she got the part.
Weird.
And the budget for this was $4 million.
Wow,
Whoa.
that's.
I think that's how much Before We Go had.
Yeah.
I think
Another
Before We Go was
credit.
7 million. I think, if I remember correctly. But
$4 million. The production crew was most of like the pretty important roles were all American, and then they hired out for the rest of them from Japanese crews. And I believe for most of it, because it's all kind of public places, except for a few kind of restaurants and things, they did not get permits, so they had to shoot kind of documentarian style, and kept the crew small for those specific purposes so they wouldn't be noticed.
yeah, actually, I think that helps out in a lot of the scenes, surprisingly.
Yeah. And all the extras, with I think a few exceptions for, where they actually talk and things, they're all just locals, just, regular people.
Makes sense.
And I have a couple other things that I can talk about, but I can wait on that so we don't front load like I tend to do. Yeah, we can just start on the movie. This is a 5-act popcorn structure. We're going from the beginning to the whiskey photo shoot. The whiskey photo shoot to Charlotte's husband leaves. I added some extras for our notes and everything, but I'm not going to read those out for you people. Charlotte's husband leaves to Toe Hospital to Bob's morning after, and then Bob's morning after to the end. And if you're not familiar, popcorn means we can jump around anywhere in the act that we're currently in. So, yeah. Whoever wants to go first, dive on in.
All right.
I'll go with a little thing to add on for clarification of the before we go budget was 3 million USD.
Okay.
All right.
Good to keep in mind. Well, don't everybody jump in at once. I mean,
Well,
come
okay.
on.
What an opening shot.
It's
If you wanna
iconic.
Talk about that.
Iconic, yeah, that's one way of putting it. I don't know. I guess it's fine. I don't really see the purpose in really having that there. Their creative choice, I suppose.
It's all about like the loneliness and the sensuality of Japan.
Yes. Charlotte's loneliness.
I mean, when you put it like that, it's all in one shot.
Yeah, I mean, the whole movie is just that one shot, and they had to write like 70 pages on top of it. It was just gonna be a short.
You know what? I did not go into thinking this movie was a full connection to Charlotte's ass. My mistake.
I mean,
I guess the second time I should go through and see the connections.
Yeah,
It's just a half connection, really.
It's just like that's just like the theme of the movie can be condensed into that one thing. But they were like, okay, we can't have a movie just like a minute of Scarlett Johansson in underwear or whatever. We have to have it whole. And they're like, oh, okay, fine, we'll do more scenes.
The other half is Bill Murray's dad bod that they sprinkle in everywhere.
I mean, because it was just too, it was too perfect. They had to kind of mess it up a little bit. They had to kind of dirty it up. Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, I quite like the jet lagged culture shock almost. You get a very for those who aren't familiar with Japanese culture, you get a lot of it very quickly, and it just kind of quickly like get across to the audience that it's just a very different culture. Like they're handing him like gifts and business cards and stuff like that when he arrives at the hotel, and I think it's contrast with the kind of he's very sleepy because obviously it's red eye flight, I'm assuming, and it's just I think it works well with the panning city shots to like I guess the more interpersonal culture shock of meeting his translator and the other assistants that they have working around.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't help that he didn't want to be there in the first place. And then by the end, he didn't want to go.
Yeah, it's not just the way. Yeah, I mean nobody plays tired aloofness quite like Bill Murray. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah, funny enough, I had a conversation with Crimson a couple days back. Before I watched the film, I'm in the camp of like I don't think I've never really loved Bill Murray as an actor. I think he does a great job, but I think this was one of the few performances that I'm like, oh, I'm actually like connecting with the actor here more so than the story that he's in.
No, I agree. I think some of my favorite movies are kind of not even his comedy stuff. I mean, I love Ghostbusters and I love Groundhog Day and everything, but his stuff with Wes Anderson is some of my favorite, and this is probably I would have to A and B them, but I think I would be tied between like Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou and this one is probably my favorite of his kind of more serious or roles.
Mm-hmm.
You're forgetting Ant-Man Quantumania, by the way.
No, I'm not. I just it was so small I just didn't even think about it.
That was Control-Alt-Deleted, Crimson. Come on.
Oh darn. Guess I'll just live off of Zombieland. Well, good performance.
Zombieland's also good, but that's I mean, that's too perfect. Okay, I just can't even
Crimson,
consider
your two
that one.
examples are cameos.
No,
I don't know. Bill
was
Murray's a character in Zombieland.
I really, God, there must be some like extra footage somewhere of him just like they just made. What if they just made like a whole movie out of his little cameo? That would be awesome. Sprinks, do you have anything in this opening act just to kind of get it in before we chew the scenery?
No. To go off of
Yeah.
what you were just talking about, rules of Bill Murray. I'm a fan of What About Bob?
What About Bob is good
That
too.
might be one of my favorite Bill Murray films.
Who's the act? Who's in the opposite role in that? I always forget.
Who plays his therapist, the dad?
Is it? Yeah. Is it? It's not Richard Dreyfuss. Is it? I think I'm thinking of a different. It is Rich. Okay. Yeah, that is a good one. I like that two-hander.
Yeah, Richard Dreyfuss. Just double check.
Richard. Yeah, Richard. Yeah, I was like, because there's like two movies that kind of have like a similar thing, and I always there's like I think like Anger Management. I always get kind of confused because they're kind of similar in setup, but yeah. What About Bob is good.
Something I'll jump to is at the whiskey shoot on his first take, he decides to say the line, raise the glass, say his line, and then swap the glass into his opposite hand, which would be covering his face.
Yeah.
Which I feel like is purposely done out of like confusion to
clearly
do another take
care.
or yeah.
I mean, the director does another shot because of it, so
Yeah,
who knows how long that went for?
There's probably like an unedited like 30-minute scene or whatever of just that because I feel like it could have gone on for forever.
I meant in universe. How long?
No, I know. Yeah, in universe, those things go on for like hours. It's ridiculous.
More intensity, and he doesn't do anything.
No,
he raises his eyebrow.
I would never want to do like commercials or anything. It's so tedious.
At least high intensity ones for sure.
Yeah, but I think one of my favorite things is kind of in this first one, this like encounter with like with the business side of like Japan and everything, and with that the loss in translation of just going, it's so awkward, and I love how awkward it is. It's so it's so uncomfortable, and
I guess because that happens I think 3 times. We have this one, and then we have a photo shoot. We had the photo shoot, and there was another one after that.
The TV show, the talk show or whatever.
Yeah. My question for you guys is like, did these scenes go on a little bit too long for you?
My answer would be yes.
Yeah.
I think this first one was a little like the commercial or whatever was a little bit long. I think the game show one, or not the game show, the talk show one was all right, and then I think the photo shoot was all right. I find it hard getting through the talk show. I think is the most cringy one. That's the one I find hardest to get through because it is it's really awkward.
Yeah, that one's the most cringe one. But I was just curious just on like in terms of pacing, because I think this first one might be the only one that I had a pacing issue with, because I actually think I understand the intention behind it. It's definitely adds to the awkward tension of Lost in Translation. And I thought I just thought the first one was dragging on a little too long, because I'm thinking of the others, and I think they're all actually good. I actually quite like they were just long enough to like get the point across, but they didn't. But there was also other interesting conversations happening. Like we were learning in a way about Japanese culture during the photography one, like the fact that they only had Roger Moore as James Bond, and stuff like that. So we're and in the other two we're learning more about Japanese culture, which kind of helps to, I think, balance out the length of what those scenes would be, which is why those ones don't feel as long to me. Because otherwise I think they're good. I still like the first scene too. It's just that this one was the only one that I felt was a little too long.
I think probably also one of with like the pacing thing is kind of the first like 20-30 minutes is kind of a little bit of a jumble kind of getting through, not in like not in like a derogatory way, but I feel like the pacing is kind of off in the beginning because they're having to set up so much stuff to kind of, build on later on. So that's probably one reason. I think that's one reason why it is like feels like the pacing is a little off with it. I do think though it probably could have been trimmed just ever so slightly. I don't think you needed like 2 or 3 back and forths with it. I think probably could have gotten away with just 2.
I guess for me, I think all 3 have a place. I think the first one is the best one of the 3. I don't think it went on too long. It goes on his headspace and kind of important to establish his whole thought on everything at this point. I think the photo shoot was way too long. That could have been a minute or less. That didn't have to be this whole big semi-jokey bit. It was kind of hard to tell what their intentions with that scene were in terms of tone. But
we'll talk about that I guess when we get there. When we get to that.
But overall, I think the photo shoot was long. The talk show, I think that was appropriately timed. But yeah, overall, I was kind of hoping there'd be more of this culture stuff in here, not just this 3, because his whole trip is supposed to be revolving around the advertising stuff, and overall, we don't get too much. And I also feel like we don't get too much of their relationship either. It's a lot of the middle where they're not doing anything, showing how dull their lives are.
Well, I mean, it's a credit to Japanese advertisers. They're just that good. They can get it done in just 3 things.
Crimson, I'm in agreement with you. I do feel a lot of this movie was that middle area.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Which is a good, set tone for the full film. There wasn't a 180 swap to, one way or the other kind of thing.
I mean, I think the movie does a good job also contextualizing why they stay in the middle as well, as we're putting it. Because we spend a lot of time. We spend a fair bit of the time just character building for for Charlotte and Bob, and a lot of that just gets you right into their headspace. So that when they actually do meet up, you have a very, very great understanding of each other's headspace, and now you get to kind of see them play off of each other a little bit. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I agree. I really do kind of like kind of going back to I guess Bill Murray a little bit and it was kind of a shock when I kind of first saw this because I was very used to seeing the comedies. He doesn't really get a lot of, I mean, they don't really give him a lot of yucks to get off, sort of. And there's a couple, I mean, here and there, and I think probably a lot of it's kind of in these first couple bits of like the shower scene where it's too low. He's too tall. He's too tall for the shower.
The elevator scene where he's going up.
Yeah, that's it's
tallest
just
one in.
Yeah. So it is but I kind of like that it's not like they don't try to. I mean, I think they do try to balance it, but I kind of like that he kind of doesn't really lean into his normal funny stuff of kind of being, I'm trying to think of like
how situational humor. It's not character humor.
No, he's not like going around like being funny. Like he just kind of makes light of like the situation or something,
A lot of the humor in this is very contextualized to the character's frame of mind,
Yeah.
So I really love that kind of humor. That's very much up my alley. So.
Yeah, he's just he's charmingly funny, but not like gut busting funny. I guess
he's not playing a comedic role. He's
no. Yeah. So I don't know why, but I have a big soft spot in this movie for like the little kind of when they're like in the hotel rooms and like the TV's going on. I don't know why, but I really like that for some reason. Just that sort of, maybe it's just like the cultural difference of what is on like Japanese TV most of the time versus American, and it's very, and so I kind of love those little moments where we just have like an ad come on that you don't really know what it's for, or like a dubbed movie that's in like 2 different languages because, for some reason or whatever. It's very interesting. Those little soft moments in between like the kind of excursions out and about, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's you like it. For me, I feel like a writer brought up how they kind of were building up their characters with this middle ground as we've been talking about, and I feel like they were building up the same blocks. I don't feel like we were getting a lot of dimension on them. It's just they're alone or directionless, and they just kept saying the same thing over and over again. With Bob, at least we get the wife and children thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's just sprinkled throughout, but largely it's just him bored or alone or directionless. Same with Charlotte, kind of the same thing over and over again. Even with what was his name, John, her husband.
Yeah.
John was
Unobtainium
pretty
guy
much the same
from
thing
Avatar.
too. Yeah, that's what I recognize him from. It was pretty much the same thing over and over again. Got to go to work. Love you. She seems distant. I don't know. It just felt like a lot of the same over and over to me.
I didn't get that at all, actually. I thought they did a good job of like diversifying at least their attempts to try and not feel so empty. Like she obviously is going the tourism route, or at least this is specifically for Charlotte. One of the things that I actually quite liked is that we get that she's empty, but we see her at least trying to fill that emptiness by going places like going to the arcade, going to the shrines, going to the temple at the beginning. And then we get her verbalizing a complaint about that to a friend, which is kind of thing is what sets the groundwork for all the other ones to come after, which is that we can see that we can interpret that as just her trying to fill that gap. She's walking around the hotel listening to people give interviews. She's trying to go out with her husband's friends when they're sitting down at the hotel bar together. So I think we got a lot of that in that we are getting different parts of their state of mind, because when you see her sitting at the table with her husband and her friend, you are actually also seeing like her reaction to that and how she's trying to fit in, but it's not necessarily working.
Yeah, I agree with that, but that's not during I guess the middle ground, as I've been calling it. That's actively engaging outside of their lonely times. With that example provided.
I think the part where I think I get the idea where you're saying of like it's just the same stuff over and over again. So they're both trying to reach out and trying to find that common ground or whatever that they feel they need in the moment, and they're doing it in 2 different ways. I feel like Charlotte is trying to actively engage in the culture or trying to actively engage in her husband's kind of endeavors and everything, and that's kind of her mode, is trying to actively engage in something because she doesn't have a direction she feels like in life and all that stuff. And then I think Bob is sort of the polar opposite, where he is trying to act almost like disengage from everything, or trying just like
he wants to get out of there.
Yeah, because we don't all we see of him for kind of up until maybe about the middle area is him going to like these the business side of stuff, like going to an ad read, going to a photo shoot or whatever. Otherwise he's just in his hotel room and not and at the bar or whatever, whereas Charlotte is actively trying to do something and everything. And it might be just a difference of age or whatever, but you can kind of tell that both of them are within the same mode, but just going at it from 2 different perspectives. And and then you kind of get to see Bob is trying to be healthier, and that's kind of his goal, and trying to find that center, but going at it from a different way. So I think it's not so much rinse and repeat, doing the same thing over and over again. It's about remembering, okay, what does this mean for the character? What if they're doing this, that means they still haven't found it. They still haven't, they're building to something, but they haven't figured out what the thing they need to feel all right in this space is yet. And then they kind of, build towards, could it be each other kind of thing.
I have a
That's 3 thoughts, Sprinks. Do you have one?
Well, pardon me. I had a question kind of going off of what Ryder said that's open to the floor for anyone. But Ryder, when you brought up that Charlotte was going to these places, the arcade, the temple, exploring, do you think those are purposeful places that she went to or accidental that she stumbled upon?
the last one definitely was a not accidental stumble upon, because she was on a train, explicitly took a ticket to buy to that location. So, I would say the first one, the temple, might have been stumbled upon. Maybe the arcade as well. I'm kind of 50-50 on that. But I don't think the last one was. And we see her leave the hotel all the time, like trying to actively engage in the culture. So I would say it's intentional. She's going out to look for things to engage in, but she might have accidentally stumbled on one or two of them by happenstance. But the point is that she went out there to actively try to participate.
Okay, and then same question to Crimson and Sinister.
I think the arcade was spur of the moment. I don't think she was seeking that out. The first shrine she went to, I think she called it a shrine on the phone.
Yeah.
It sounded like with the phone call, her intention was to go there. It sounded like a planned thing. So I agree with Ryder that she's trying to go out and do stuff. Whether or not she plans to go to a particular location could be debated. I guess that's my stance on it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure, because I just don't know really enough about the areas of Japan, but I'm sure like a lot of them are somewhat famous places to go to. So it's probably just well, I'll go here, I'll go there, or and then there's some that are in between that are just kind of spur of the moment and that sort of thing of just like, well, I'm already here. This is where another part of the culture is at, because it is. Arcades are kind of a big thing over there still. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any thoughts?
What's your thoughts on it then?
Oh, I found the ending locations that Charlotte went to were all accidental. That her purpose of leaving the hotel was just to leave the hotel room, to be out. And it took me a while in the movie to like kind of make the connection, but Charlotte to me was the lost the whole time of being lost in Japan, and Bob was the translation issue.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't hardly anything of Charlotte being confused on a translation or conversation piece that Bob was having, and Bob always had like planned where he was going.
Oh, you're tying it back to the title. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys see that? It's fun. It's nice.
I actually, before we move on, I actually have a question, Chris. Did I misunderstand your question or misunderstand your statement about the middle ground? Because I know I took it a very particular direction with regards to Charlotte, but I had no idea if that was what you were trying to hit upon.
So we get a lot of jumping around in this, not through time, but just scenes where like Charlotte's putting up the flowers in the room, she's on the window, Bob's watching something a couple times, bathtub, whatever. A lot of alone time in their rooms, and I feel like those moments don't really add up to anything different than what they already have. That's the more the middle ground. Her venturing out and wanting to find purpose in something. I think that makes sense for her goals, but all the other stuff I think is the same.
Okay, I definitely misunderstood. I thought when you said middle, I thought you meant like the middle of the movie, not
No.
Okay, that makes
This middle ground part is what I'm thinking. Don't know if that's how you read what I was saying or not.
That's why I asked. No, I didn't.
Okay.
No, I think we both,
because I feel like if they streamlined that, the pacing of this movie would be better. Admittedly, someone came in to my room while I was watching it, asked what I was watching, said lost in translation. I said, how was it? I was 40 minutes in and said, I'm waiting for the movie to start.
Crimson, I am in full agreement.
Yeah,
I agree fully with you.
because it just felt like nothing was progressing. At 40 minutes, that's when they roughly start to interact. But before that, it just felt like they were going through the motions. Nothing interesting to me personally.
Then again, Sinister started saying this was a slow burn movie, and I agree with that as well. It's very slow.
Yeah. I like it. I will admit that I don't think it's not like a. I know it's probably sound like a cop out, but it's like I don't think there's like a catch-all format for like a story to go through. I think, I mean, there are. Sorry, I'm already misquoting myself, but I think different stories require like a different level of pacing and a different kind of thing. So for me, I don't really, I mean, I know when a pacing is off, but I didn't have the same reaction, I guess, as some of the other, like Crimson definitely, or Springs of like, but I'm also biased because I'm used to watching this, so I'm kind of too close to it as well.
Okay. Well, Sinister, I agree with what you say. Different stories do have different paces and approaches to like, how they express the story.
Yeah, like if this was Die Hard and like 40 minutes in nothing had happened, there's a problem. Like that that really wouldn't work for Die Hard. But I feel like, it works for this, it works for this story of having like 40 minutes in and you're kind of, because I don't know. I don't think I have the same thing as with what Crimson is saying of like that it's just the same thing over and over again when they're in like when they're by themselves or whatever. I do feel it's necessary to kind of come back to that. So that because I feel like if it was just like, all right, I'm going to be lonely in my hotel room and I'm going to go out and I'm going to do stuff. And then we don't have that ever again. It's like, oh, well, that worked then. That's they're fixed. Like but then it's like, we kind of have to come back to, nope, they're still in a rut. They still haven't found the thing that they thought they were going to find by doing this. And it's kind of, and like I said earlier, it's kind of the juxtaposition of the two different approaches that the main characters have of, Charlotte is actively engaging and then Bob is almost actively disengaging from, the culture.
I'm kind of in the 50-50 area of the same
the middle
thing
ground.
that Crimson's saying,
yeah.
Of up to that 40-minute mark, because it is a lot of Bob on his own doing something or Charlotte on her own. But there's progression made, especially between their relationships of their spouses, of Bob getting things from Lydia about his children, and then of Charlotte getting things from the Avatar prick, whoever he is.
John.
Giovanni Ribisi, Judge. Yeah, John. We can just call him Spike Jones.
John, got it.
No, sorry, don't put that in.
On the photographer.
There's just a little bit of, progression shown, but it is kind of like almost the same sense of character shown in multiple shots. I mean, I agree with like showing the culture at the beginning of the culture shock to Bob of the shower and the elevator and all the gifts and business cards. It's a lot within. Yeah, it's a lot, especially with this first act, because those all take place. It's a lot of like showing the difference in culture, which is fine because they're all different forms of it. I just wish it was a little more spread out in the film to show more rather than kind of pushed within like a 5-minute window.
Yeah. I think we're nearing the end of the first act, and we haven't really touched on somewhat of a famous scene in this movie with the I want to be polite and I'll just say a call girl. I don't know if that's polite or not. I feel like escort might be a little bit too far. I don't know what her job title would be in the really, but company. Yeah, company, I guess. Yeah, the night company.
Night company.
Yeah, let's call her night company. I don't know. I don't.
You mean the stockings lady?
Yeah,
That's in this act.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it happens really quickly because I think the first director is the one that sends her.
Yeah, because he wants that intensity and he thinks he's I guess, I don't know. It's a very it is like probably I'm watching. It's another kind of like scene where it's kind of hard for me to sit through because it is so awkward.
Bill Murray's acting
Fair
in that
enough.
scene though is awesome.
It is pretty good. He's doing some classic
And to be fair,
physical comedy.
the girl as well. She just
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
for it. It's hilarious. I
see where I made a mistake.
Yeah, you thought the photo shoot was the filming.
Yep.
But, yep. That's I was gonna clarify earlier, but we got lost in translation.
but
I will point out a continuity error in this scene. When they're pretty much on the ground, and he rolls over and she rolls on top of him, and then we cut and she's laying on her side, not on top of him, and then rolls onto him again. So that's just inconsistent right there.
You cheeky little man.
I know. I was paying too much attention.
You caught it. You caught yet another thing. Yeah. I don't know how this. I don't know. I don't. Would this have been good? It's like just a one taker instead of doing kind of like the cut in and cut out of, like doing different angles and stuff.
This
I
is
think a one take makes it more awkward.
This is another.
Yeah.
This is another instance of where I was wondering if it was going on a little too long. This is one of those scenes that made it go. This is one of the reasons that made me consider it, because I think this scene was probably one that I would also label under. It probably went on just a little bit too long. Again, I understand the point of it. I think it's definitely the epitome of lost in translation humor.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this one just went a little bit too long for me personally.
Yeah.
Though I did appreciate the joke. Yeah.
Yeah, when you were mentioning like pacing and stuff, that was like the one scene that I went in my head. I was like, I always remember. I kind of wish that one was just a little bit shorter. It definitely feels like it goes on. I think you could kind of trim like the beginning awkward like encounter thing a little bit and still get the funniness, but kind of the pacing wouldn't be so off.
Yeah.
Kind of the only one that really sticks out to me is like a little bit fatty.
Yeah. Actually, kind of while we're on pacing, because I didn't get it out when we were talking about the middle ground and where the pacing regarding that specifically. I had no issue with it. I thought we were getting something. Well, I won't say it was diverse, but we were getting more than enough each scene that we had of them shot of being them alone in their apartment doing something. So.
One more thing, I guess, that I want to touch on, because with the actually no, that's in the next act, so I don't have to. Are we good? Do we have
I got something.
You got
The
something, do you?
very red-looking singer is introduced in the first act. I didn't think she was going to be significant in any way. She ended up being somewhat significant.
Well, you thought she was going to be a red herring, didn't you?
No, I didn't think anything of her. I'm just like, all right, she's very bright, and she's a singer in the background. She pops up a few times.
Yeah.
I didn't think she was going to have speaking roles to either of our characters.
Little did you know.
It's been established. She was very bright and vibrant. Right? My eye went straight to her. Her hair was very red. Her dress was red.
She was just a red singer.
There you have the red singer.
That gives kind of spur a memory in me. They kind of it's like a really quick thing, but I kind of like it. Of when he's at the bar like the first time, and there's like the two Americans there who are on business, and they recognize him.
The fans, yeah,
and the fans, and it's I love kind of how he acts. It's almost just like, I'm in a freaking different country, and there's still people here that recognize me and want to talk to me. Like the classic celebrity, thing of, like there's still Americans here. I can't believe it.
I like that.
I do. Yeah.
I like that he got recognized. However, I wish there was more of it, because it kind of
there's only like
immediately drops off, and then no one really cares who he is.
Yeah.
He's not a superstar.
But his face is in Japan.
Commercials.
He's a superstar in America, but
in Japan, he's pretty much like, he's just doing the whiskey thing, I guess. I mean, there's like two people. There's only like one other person I kind of would have liked to have him kind of have an interaction with, and that's like the character that Anna Faris plays, because I feel like
Kelly.
he's like, yeah, because she's like a celebrity, an American celebrity or whatever. On
Yeah, she's
and
she's the complete opposite of Bob. She's at the
yeah,
height of her
exactly.
career.
Yeah, exactly. So it would be. That's the only one where I'm kind of like, I would kind of like to see that interaction, but I kind of feel like by that point the meat of the story is Charlotte and Bob, so it probably would have been a little bit gratuitous to put that in there, but who knows?
But what in
And
there? More Bob celebrity or Kelly?
no, like having them have like an interaction at some point,
Oh.
like
That-
because I feel like they're both like, it would be a good juxtaposition of like
Yeah.
both of their careers kind of at two different points.
The characters playing off each other would have been interesting, potentially.
Yeah,
Is what you're getting
potentially.
at,
Yeah, it would have been it, but I feel like it's fine without it. But that's kind of like, as far as like interactions or moments or things, that was kind of I think the only one that I ever really had a staying power where I was like, I kind of would like to have seen that, but I think it's fine without it still.
Yeah, that brings up a question. Sprinks, you said you'd prefer if there was more recognizability or more acknowledgments of his fame, I guess. So why would you think that would be a good addition?
I think it would show more of a reality connection to the world around him. I mean, there's one point where Charlotte points at a bus with his face on it, and she's like, wave and say hi, which kind of breaks Bob out of this fantasy relationship with Charlotte for a little in the scene. But there's not a lot of that. There's no people like pointing at him and then like trying to escape from his fame, or even all the people at the party with Charlie Brown and the surfers, like none of them recognize him or know him, which is fine. Maybe that's a comfort for him that these friends of Charlotte don't know who he is, which is why he sticks around.
Yeah.
But even still, it's like going around, there's not people like, oh, you're the guy, or you're famous, or you're on TV because he's flipping through channels and finds one of his movies being translated. So I wish there was a little more of that. It's just the bodyguards walking him to shoots.
yeah.
I think like I think it works kind of, or like him kind of getting into it is helped by the fact that there's not really recognizing him and they're kind of just treating him like a person. I think that's kind of what helps break him out of this sort of what did that I said, like active disengagement, because he's kind of like I can, this is I can't engage with this, and I can I don't have to worry about people being like, oh, you're Bob from whatever, something.
Yeah. And I think
So,
one other thing that makes it a little odd is that he's the only face model we see on advertisements.
there's a couple, but you mean on the whiskey specifically, or just
Yeah, like everything else is like, an animal or just signage or a logo. He's kind of like the main like face that is shown, which makes sense, but it's not really in like a sea of all these other models. Which I think would help put it aside, like, oh, there's tons of, faces that get shown every day. But what we see as the audience is it's only focused kind of towards Bob. So I feel like that would stand out more in a crowd.
Well, it's only focused on Bob because he's the only one relevant to our story. But I think I get what you're saying. I think what you're saying. It'd be more of a. How best to describe this? I guess it'd be more of a connection to. How did you put it? I guess
Japan.
No, more like the reality of the world he's in. Like you would want that to confront Bob more in that sense of him being famous enough to be recognized and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know if Crimson, you can kind of see this, but like that 40-minute mark where him and Charlotte get more of a connection kind of just drops off the whole Bob being this big name actor feel.
Well,
I never saw him as a big name actor in the first place. I saw him more as a commercial guy. The fans bring up he did like an action movie or something along those lines.
Yeah, it's not. Point. It's not a.
So I didn't see him as some big superstar, just like a B-lister maybe. But in regards to his fame, I do think they focused less on the reason of his trip and more on his relationship with Carol.
Charlotte.
Charlotte, darn it.
You'll get there.
Earl.
Daryl. Yeah, which I think tips into what I said earlier, which I would have liked to see more of his reason for the visit other than just those three, because they kind of drop off once she's involved with him more.
I could maybe see a little bit of that.
Like if he went to something and she just showed up there as part of her travels through the city or something. I don't know.
See, I think that would be a little bit harder because he's doing like industry stuff where they don't really have a lot of people just like drop in or whatever for.
Well, I mean, like if they're filming a scene in the park and she's walking and sees him or something, I feel like they could have done some stuff like that, which would have helped with his reason of being there. Still bolsters the point of her looking around the city and gives them a natural meeting point. I think they could have done well with it.
Yeah. I don't know. I think part of it, like, kind of back to point or whatever, was like I think a lot of it, of his fantasy in the situation is that she kind of doesn't really know him, and he's kind of getting to be a new person for for however long it is. I mean, she kind of knows of him, I think, in a sense, but I think if there was like this crossover with his work, or it would kind of break that illusion for him more so than it had before that. Because I don't know, maybe I can see your point though. I can see where you're coming from. All right, is that all we have for this first act?
Well, I got one more thing. The Bob Harris watches like a film of his on TV with a chimp. What the heck is the context of the movie? Like I thought. Being that it's being translated, I feel like he's asking, what kind of chimp are you? And then immediately cuts to a cop car going over dirt hill in a construction yard.
I mean, that's just I'm pretty sure...
more towards the B movie actor to me.
I'm pretty sure like the monkey thing, that's from like an SNL clip, I'm pretty sure, which they had to probably edit together with something to then have it make sense for like the previous scene of like him having a car chase. But I don't know. Ryder, did you translate that scene to kind of figure out what it meant, or
no? I only did the director's scene pretty much.
Okay.
I guess I got two things to talk about really quickly because I actually liked both of these scenes. I actually really liked Charlotte calling a friend back in the States and kind of venting out her feelings.
And then her not understanding what she was talking about.
Yeah, that was a little rude, but that's anyways, the point about I liked with Charlotte is that it's a very particularly dark headspace to be into when you're trying to do things that, like, for a fact lots of people like, and you did not have that same reaction, like, oh, you didn't love it like everybody else did, so you feel like there's something wrong with you, something wrong with your marriage, you're just kind of questioning everything. It's definitely
I don't think anybody on this podcast knows that feeling whatsoever.
Okay. Then on the other hand, on the subject of Bob Harris kind of like trying to disassociate from life and just kind of like wants to distance himself, kind of doesn't want to be an active participant. He's just actively disengaging, as you put it. I kind of like that in a very contextual way, it turns his wife and family into something a little more of a nagging presence in the film, at least at the start, which is like, she's faxing him like, what do you want for your, mailing him carpet design samples, faxing him in the early in the morning about, desk that she's trying to make for him in his study, or like, what does he want? I think that really helps set up as well. Like, he's trying to disengage, but it's just like it's the part of the business side is not letting him go. In the sense that he's going to do advertisements, but also his home life is not letting him go. In the sense of it's not even like something hugely important that he perceives. It's just his wife nagging him about what color do you want, what desk do you want.
Yeah,
I don't see it that way. I didn't see her as nagging, and I guess a question for whoever wants to answer it. What do you think he wanted in this? Do you think he was full disassociation, just wanted him time, or I didn't read it that way.
I think largely the trip was financial, as we kind of
Yeah.
like like that's like they were just paying, because at the era of like kind of, and I mean maybe it still is. I don't know. I don't want to like oversimplify an entire culture, but that Japan was playing, paid big money for advertising and kind of people from like that. It was a huge business at the point, and it still is a huge business. I would like
the
to
Tommy
add.
Lee Jones commercials.
Yeah, or the Tom. I mean, they had David Lynch make coffee commercials. So I mean, in the '90s, so that just goes to show. But so this is a big industry and everything, and it's a big market. So I'm sure that was a large part of it. He probably didn't really want to go because he probably was like, I don't know that culture, I don't know those people. And then we kind of see like he's there, and he's just like gets offered to be there longer, and he's like, even though there's money involved, he's like, I don't want to be here. I don't like it here. I don't know what to do here.
To clarify for you, Crimson, I wasn't using nagging in a more derogatory term. I didn't mean it that way. I just couldn't find a better word for it.
I guess like just an annoyance, maybe, or
it's
like
just
a reminder.
An ever-present reminder is probably what a better
like
phrase
he's
for it
not
would
at
be.
home. Yeah,
but from his
life,
perspective, it turns it into something a little bit more of a nagging sense because he wants to. He just kind of is actively disengaging. His his home life, as we come to find out, isn't doing great. But it's so it's nagging to him. But I wouldn't label it under nagging. It's just an ever present reminder that the world is just constantly pressing in around him.
Yeah. So yeah, he's there, but he's constantly reminded that he should be home, and and it's kind of like this, these two forces, where it's like, well, financially I need this, but then probably my relationship wise, I should be back home.
Sister, I have a question.
Yeah.
A little off topic, but we never see Lydia, his wife.
Yeah.
Do you know who voiced her?
I do not. I couldn't really find a cast list for this beyond like the principal people. I can check.
Because I feel like
recognize it.
I did not. No, I'm just Lydia's character to me. Her presence seemed more and more distant from Bob. And it was making Bob more distant because he said "I love you" when she already hung up, and then they just say bye later on. But the thing she brings up, like purposefully to make him feel a little bad for his time, seems not so much that she misses him, but that she's blaming him for situations. Like the kids are getting used to you not being here. Was one of the lines she said.
Mm-hmm.
There was another one she said. I didn't write it down. But
it was the one where
like you like Japanese food,
party.
you can stay there the whole time.
Yeah, let me just stay there.
Yeah, their dynamic was very weird, to say the least.
Because I think it was like
he seemed engaged in trying to help stuff, but she seemed very quick to drop that at any time he lowered his guard, I guess.
Well,
or made a snappy remark.
Yeah, I think you also have to take into account that we're getting like one snapshot moment in time of this relationship, and we're kind of near the end of it. So we have no idea what was kind of happening, or what has occurred beforehand.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So there could,
yeah. Do we know how long this whole trip is, or this whole film? Like
about a week, I would say, less than a week. Yeah,
because he leaves Sunday at the end, but we don't really know what day he started.
I thought it was about 2 because he kept getting job offer extensions.
Well, he only got the one extension, which was the guy wanted him to be there Friday. Yeah, Friday. So then he was there, until at least Saturday or Sunday. I would say about a week, either less than a week or something. I don't think it was 2 weeks.
Lydia was voiced by Nancy Steiner. There we go.
Yeah, who did the costume design for it.
Yeah, that's her job for everything. She's a costume designer. This is the only thing she's acted in. air quotes acting, voice acting.
Yeah. Hey, voice acting is acting. All right.
Its own class, but yes, it is.
Yeah, I think she did a good job. I think she did a well good job. She really got the kind of the subtle nagging overtones really well of the long suffering housewife.
Yeah, I think the most we have for context in their relationship is when he ends up describing his relationship to Charlotte, and like
I think it's like 24 years or something, or 22, or yeah, it's some
yeah,
It's, 25 years.
but he describes it like there was a time where they used to have fun, then they had kids, and she had to make a living while he was off doing work, and at some point or fashion, he realized he just wasn't needed, and that's kind of where a lot of that I think tension comes in from.
yeah. It's a hard pill to swallow in those situations. I can imagine. Well, you're the breadwinner, but you're also not really necessary for parenting or like
The home life.
Yeah, the home life it's rough.
I mean, Zoe later doesn't even want to talk to him.
Yeah.
Which goes contrary to what he was at least saying to Charlotte. I don't know if it's what he was thinking throughout or not. Couldn't really read him. People believed what he was saying or not.
Yeah, like he's an untrustworthy narrator or whatever. I don't know. Well, no, I think because like that and that he says like they miss him, but they don't really need him, which is the
crux.
I guess
of it.
kind of the crux of like probably just like oh well he's or I think he's gonna be there or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's so much of a missing thing or like a plot hole or something, or it just kind of was more to show like, oh yeah, I'm not needed at home because even my kid doesn't want to talk to me when I'm not there. So anyway, is that all for the first act?
Oh yeah, I'm done with first act.
Sorry, no, you can say your thing. Sorry.
No, it's going to be the next act.
Okay, this act does have this. All right, next act. Oh, sorry. Damn it.
Okay, I had one last thing. The last thing I have is I touched on when we first see Bob in the bar. All the Japanese men are using cigarettes, and Bob has a cigar to make him stand out even more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bill Murray is he's a cigar aficionado, or I believe, or something.
But that's all I had for Act 1. Sorry.
I based that just on the fact that he was in a magazine called Cigar Aficionado, so could be wrong. All right, first act done. Boom.
Yeah, we did
on
a lot of overarching topics on that one.
But that's fine. They'll be cemented later on. All right, now going from whiskey photo shoot to Charlotte's husband leaves for several days. I'm gonna pick on Crimson. Actually, no, I'm gonna pick on Sprinks. Pick on Sprinks. Yeah, so he gets. Yeah.
Let's go to the bar singer, singing "Parsley, Sage, Rosemary, and Thyme." Is she singing from a cookbook?
Well,
it's an actual song, so I'm gonna go no.
It's what is it? I think it's a Scarborough Fair.
I was unfamiliar with the song. So to me, how the scene played out was she's just saying words that Japanese don't know what they mean. So it just sounds like music to them.
That would be funny.
That's how I took that.
But no, it's an actual song. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Even though that is very funny, and I would like that if that was true. It's not. It is an actual song.
That's something Bob would do.
That would be funny if it was like if this was a full on comedy movie and they did that would have landed right in. I think that would have been good.
Yeah.
This act has my favorite line in it. Why do you have to point out how stupid everybody is all the time? It's just
I'm
fact.
sorry. Have
you
we
know?
said that enough to you, Crimson? Did we hurt you
Yeah,
along the way?
you
So
do
many
do
feelings hurt.
that?
You know?
You are Charlotte. It is
It's a
true.
good line. Yeah, I go to temples and shrines all the time. You guys don't know that part of my life, but
He's married to a photographer who's more successful than he is.
Well, Crimson's a big fan of Legends of the Hidden Temple.
It's ba-da-bow.
all back.
It is. Again, I guess I do like that moment though, because it really, it's very weird because I don't understand. I mean, I understand like in depth why, but I would be so annoyed if I had to deal with somebody like Anna Faris in this movie. I would be so numbing. And I don't know why.
Fully
I don't know why
understand her
John.
purpose.
Does
Yeah.
Anna Faris get typecast?
I mean, she's playing like this is like a satire, I guess, really, because that's what she kind of does, where she looks like a bubbly airhead or whatever, and so that's what she plays off as. But she's actually very smart.
No, I know that. Yes.
Yeah.
I just
No,
mean
yeah,
like the role she gets put in.
yeah.
Because there's like this
Yeah.
one. There's Just Friends with Ryan Reynolds, where she kind of does the same.
That's a deep cut.
I think she's a lot more serious in the TV show Mom. I haven't seen. Was it Scary Movie 3 that she's in? I don't know how similar that is.
No, she's in all the scary movies.
Oh, she's in all of them. I don't know how similar those roles are.
She's an idiot in that.
Yeah, she likes idiots. Yeah.
She plays quite a character in movie 43.
Yeah, she does. She does do that. I mean, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. She's not like she's smart. She's a meteorologist and everything.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a voice
An
acting,
animated
I guess,
role.
So. Yeah.
Hey, voice acting still act.
That's true.
I know. I'm putting the caveat there because you put a caveat.
No, it's
so
valid.
I'm following it up. Yeah, no, I think she goes for those roles because I mean, they're pretty easy, and she can, I mean, she can knock them out of the park.
Well,
Yeah,
or...
yeah, I think so. I don't feel. I mean, she probably is typecast a little bit, but I think she has access to choose stuff if she wants to do it or not.
Oh yeah, she was also the Overboard remake.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was. Yeah, I feel like she does play kind of like a similar little thing. Oh, she's in Brokeback Mountain too. That's interesting. But
oh yeah, that was a small role.
That was a very small role. But so yeah, I think she just kind of just plays those roles because they're pretty. She can get into them pretty easily and have a good time. But
okay.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. She's definitely typecast to a certain extent, but I don't know how much of that is like those are the only roles she gets versus those are the ones she picks. I don't know.
Yeah, that's something we wouldn't know unless we asked.
Yeah, Anna Faris, please come on the podcast and we will talk all about your casting choices. But I will say one of my favorite things about that scene though is the face that Charlotte makes, and like when first seeing her, like, are you fucking kidding me? This is the person we're talking to right now.
Oh yeah, where you definitely get the very, very much like third wheel on the friend group energy,
Yeah, just like I can't believe we're in this same position right now.
Yeah, I actually really like that scene because again, all it does is just put you in Charlotte's state of mind because the camera focuses in on her while the two of them are talking back and forth.
Yeah. And
is Kelly necessary?
No, I mean not in like.
Can she be
you
cut?
could take her out and it would still stay the same.
She could be cut, but I think she plays nicely of a contrast to Bob.
Yeah, of a similar
she
job.
Has the presence to make that comparison.
Well,
she's barely in it. And she doesn't really interact with Bob.
I think what her role is in to keep her and everything. So she's there because pretty much before like Bob comes in, kind of her confidant is her husband, John. And then there's a presence in the hotel that kind of disrupts that and sort of takes him away and has him acting in ways that she doesn't like or whatever, or engaging in a way that she doesn't like. And so that's kind of what her purpose is, to kind of shake up that dynamic and to sort of get her more, settling up towards Bob, I guess. Even though by the end of it, he just leaves and goes off to do his like multiple day shoot or whatever. But I think it kind of helps her reach out more than she was before.
I wouldn't even go that far necessarily. I think she has a place. I think she has a place in the script in the sense that she's just another window into what John's life is like. So through her, through her, we get another personality of what John's life is like, and how
like why this relationship isn't kind of
what she thought it was.
Same level.
Yeah. I think that's where her place is.
That's a better way to put it. Yeah,
and that's where her place is in the film, at least to me. So,
Crimson, were you bringing this question up to see if she'd go on our cut character list or roster?
The ever-growing list of characters we cut.
Well, I'm not just going to bring that up in every podcast we talk about. I honestly do think she's removable, even if we didn't have this roster. Because even if, let's say, we cut her out, her thoughts of him leaving every day or whatever would still be the same. The whole dinner table with friends thing, that would obviously be different. That annoying table of people is what pushes her to go talk to Bob. But Kelly doesn't have to be at that table. It could just be John and his friends. And it would still make the same impact, I think.
Kelly is the only one we know of his friends that are at that table, though, right?
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, the guy was just kind of randomly introduced. I have no idea who he is either.
He could get cut.
There's enough to. Oh, he's not a character to really cut, anyways. Oh, I'm saying if it was just a group of John's friends without any context of Kelly, I mean, Kelly could be there, and we just don't know who Kelly is, and she's still this annoying person that like detox. I think it would still have the same impact on that scene, without the previous scene of Charlotte meeting.
I disagree. I think that sets up that better sets up the dinner party, because now we get an insight into Charlotte's feelings because of that scene regarding Kelly, and we also see her willingness to overcome those particular feelings in order to just try to spend time with her husband and his friends. Because she agrees to go to dinner with him, she wants to go to dinner with him regardless, even though she knows Kelly's going to be there.
I do like the scene where he brings he has like a moment in his mind of like, what, you want to come with?
It does stump him, yeah.
And I know we like to cut characters. We like to trim the fat and everything. It's our thing. It's our thing on this podcast. But maybe
it's Crimson's thing.
No, because we all get into it. I think
we all encourage it. It's like we don't encourage it.
We have our own special cuts of movies that we do on our own, where we cut out these characters that we feel are not necessary. It's a cheap seat cut, okay? Cheap seat cut.
Refined cut.
The other refined cut, but I think Kelly brings enough where I feel like if she wasn't there, I would feel like an element was missing. However big that element is, I can't really attest to. It might just be small, but I think it does. It does something with the overall vibe of the movie, and it kind of adds to it. And whether that's necessary or not, I can't really claim, but I feel like something would be missing without that kind of air of sort of this, I guess, kind of airheady Hollywoodness or something of,
I'm trying to think of a good example.
Writer kind of.
Sorry, you first, Crimson.
It kind of sounds like the previous thing you said, where Kelly being there, or her introduction sets up Charlotte's thoughts of Kelly later, which that doesn't really. If that gets cut, then that doesn't change anything elsewhere, I feel, unless you think that really does affect things. Because obviously setting up Kelly for Charlotte to have thoughts on Kelly, of course that makes sense. But if we just cut out Kelly, would her needing to know Kelly even matter?
I don't know.
Considering we're getting a gateway into Charlotte's mind, another one, I'm still going to land on the side of no, I think she earned her place in the script. It's very minor, grant you. I don't see her as a very, titular character. But I think because we see a positive side to Kelly as well later on when Charlotte's walking around. We see her doing an interview with the, like promoting her Keanu Reeves movie and stuff like that. We get to see a more positive side in Kelly with regards to that. So I think they do flush her out a little bit, but specifically with regards to Charlotte and the necessity in the film, we're getting more insight into her character, which is what I think justifies her place in the script. Because I'm in my this will I'll use this kind of lead into what I was kind of thinking about while you guys were talking, which was I was comparing her to Yvonne from Shaun of the Dead. While I like the joke that Yvonne really is there to set up, we don't really get Yvonne really isn't used as a means to get to know our characters even more, getting a better I guess interpretation of their state of mind. And while we don't get that with Yvonne, I think we do get that with Kelly, because we are seeing the interplay of how her husband's what her husband's life is like, while also getting it in the insight into Charlotte's mind. That's personified in Kelly, because you're right. In that sense, if we can just have her go out to dinner with him and his friends, but we lose a more personal connection to that, which I think makes it more impactful.
Yeah, I don't think her role is like super impactful to the story, but I think it is impactful to the character enough where, and again, it like I think you kind of did argue a little bit of like, well, you could just have somebody else insufferable at the dinner table and then they would go off, but it's kind of like by us knowing that Charlotte knows Kelly or whatever beforehand, and that's kind of set up, and then she goes to this dinner with her, and then she is this kind of, person, and then goes through it. It kind of makes her going and talking with Bob mean more than it otherwise would have if we just saw it. They're like, okay, that's just an annoying person, and now she's going to go talk to the stranger or whatever. It's kind of like, okay, we know who Kelly is, and we know how insufferable Kelly is, and so we can relate with Charlotte, and it kind of makes sense of like, you know what, I'm going to go talk to this, stranger that I kind of just have had like a few interactions with to just get away from whatever this this thing going on over here is.
I guess
before this, she gave him a drink or food. I couldn't tell what she gave him, but in the previous bar scene between them before this dinner, between Bob.
Well, yeah, no, I'm saying like he's still a stranger though. Even if you have a drink with somebody, they can still be a stranger.
Yeah, but just saying it was completely out of nowhere. That was set up.
Yeah.
I actually now that I'm thinking about Kelly's place in the film, I actually think Charlotte's not state of mind. That's not the right word. Her opinion of Kelly changes as the film goes along, because you can definitely see her annoyance with her in the first few scenes, but then we see her again listening to the interview when she's promoting her movie, and that annoyance is kind of shifted to more bemusement. And then we see her one more time when she returns from her excursion with Bob, and she's singing, doing really, really poor karaoke. I cracked a joke in my notes saying, and that's why they rented a room. But that also is kind of, at least for me, that played off as more bemusement. Like, she doesn't hate Kelly anymore. She's just kind of, she's having fun with how bad Kelly is singing and stuff like that. So yeah, all this to say is I don't think she's removable as removable.
Yeah. But what does Springs think about this whole endeavor? That's what I really want to know.
Well, I think I touched on it a little. I don't think she's removable. I think she contrasts Bob as two different actors, and more discussion that I've just heard right now. I think she also contrasts to Charlotte a little. Charlotte being a lot more intelligent and self-centered, and well, not self-centered, but like more keeps to herself kind of thing, than Kelly being out for it and saying things that can be really stupid.
And John does call her snotty, so I'm Charlotte's snotty.
Yes, yeah, yeah. This is something that kind of I've done some more research. It is the sad thing that intelligent people are generally more depressed than less intelligent people, I guess.
Is
Not
that
that-
my
I just say-
problem?
Because I'm not like trying to draw like comparisons or whatever and say that one's better than the other or whatever, but there's that that old saying of ignorance is bliss, and that generally if you're you're aware of less, you have less of a worry, less of a something to and that kind of thing.
Understanding does not necessarily mean happiness
Yeah,
or joy.
because and I like. I don't think either is better or worse than the other. Everything has their faults and their problems. But that was something I was like, man, I wish I didn't understand as much. Sometimes, or like I kind of wish I had less of an understanding, because I think I'd be a little bit better off. That's something in this movie where like, yeah, Charlotte is very smart, she's well educated and all those other things, but she does have these problems relating with people and being able to not, come on. Like, she is like, when she's like, Evelyn Waugh was a man, she just is like, oh, that's funny that she would say that. And then John is kind of chastising her for thinking that she's trying to be, snotty or whatever. But it's just like, that's what she finds funny, because she is educated and all that stuff, which I thought was interesting. So,
I know it has no connection at all, but just hearing ignorance is bliss always just makes my mind go straight to Cypher from Matrix.
Yeah.
Every time.
That's
Too bad. Well,
fair.
Red pill or blue pill? Yeah. Also, I didn't mention it earlier, but I do find it funny that we watched, I made a comment that this was a better version of a movie that had an Avenger in it, and this also has an Avenger in it. I didn't plan that at all. That was totally accidental.
That's fine.
Is
Is there a romance movie of Chris Evans and Scarlett?
I think
Winter
Winter
Soldier.
Soldier's closer to get. Yeah.
Da-da-da. I feel like they were in another movie together, but maybe I'm misremembering, or I'm thinking of somebody else.
I think they were in another movie together. I don't remember the name of it.
It's gonna drive me crazy.
Actually, here's a fun fact. I don't think this came up before we go, Springs. I actually thought before I had saw it, I'm like, oh, this is that romance movie that he did with Scarlett Johansson, right? That's what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. I think probably I mean, it's the meat of most of the story of this movie, but I kind of like the little interactions that Charlotte and Bob have, especially kind of this early one where they're just kind of joking and trading little bits of their lives or whatever at the bar.
I'm a real sucker for people lighting each other's cigarettes in films. It's a 10 out of 10 for me. It's subjective kind of scene.
All right. Oh yeah. Okay. It's like it's locked in. It's already been decided. It can ease off now. Yeah, I like it. It's just like they have a pretty good dynamic. I mean, it's kind of it's not super dimensional, but I think it's relatable enough where just meeting some random person and just having like a few jibs and jabs in there.
It's how was it phrased before? Romance without the physicality.
Yeah.
I did like the you spend a third of your life sleeping, so is it really 25 years?
That was a good joke
right there.
Made me laugh. Like I said, that for me was like the contextual humor, the contextual trending towards dark humor really landed a lot with me in this film, and that was a joke that got me to laugh.
There you go.
Because it's hard to get me to laugh out loud in comedies. I do it sometimes, but it has to really play into my particular niche and just kind of keep hammering away at it. And this movie kind of did that in some spots, where a lot of Bill Murray's just dry delivery of his humor was great. I think it's like, oh, you really are having a midlife crisis. Oh yeah, that's what I was worried about.
There's speaking on like sense of humor and everything. There's an inside joke in our group of stuff that I like YouTube videos, and it's That's a sinister vid or whatever. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Because I tend to have a very I like simple stuff, but I've seen so much simple stuff that at this point now, the only thing that gets me to like bust out laughing is has to be just out there, just weird. And but I
Catch you
still have a
unexpected.
very
Yeah.
yeah, I like Zoomer humor or something, I guess, or like like it doesn't make any sense, and that's why it's funny or something. But I do have a soft spot still for like black humor, like black comedies, laughing at depressing things, and kind of this stuff where it's like really kind of cynical humor or very like self-deprecating stuff is kind of my go-to still of basic humor things, because that's just what I do. I apologize when I walk into a room. That's how self-deprecating I am.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm here.
yeah.
I'm here. You have to deal with me now.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I definitely do that sometimes too. That's let's see. I think it's this in this act where Bob where Bob was kind of running on the machine and he can't read Japanese, so he can't turn it off. I
like that.
So it's very funny. I did write down, I'm like, you didn't test it out before you got on, because I feel like that's something you would test out before you got on.
Hey,
but
workout equipment should be universal. That's all I'm saying.
But anyway, I think this is funny because it sets up his from then on his choice to go work out in the pool instead.
It's more fun.
It was comical.
Yeah, that's true.
It was a classic Bill Murray physical comedy. Was on display at least twice in this movie, which is all it needs.
And to go off of him working in the pool, I like the little audio change of
in the
it's
pool.
clear when he's above water and then a little muffled.
That's a good attention to detail.
Yeah, I actually I wrote that down too. I'm like, Springs will like this. I like it too.
I also appreciate it.
Because yeah, I agree. Because if you go swimming, you experience that exact thing. So it's very immersive in that way.
Another scene that always kind of makes me, it doesn't make me laugh out loud, but it always makes me kind of chuckle and smile, is the arcade with the tough, cool looking guy acting like he's playing like an actual guitar while he's playing like Rock Band or Guitar Hero or whatever it is.
Hey man, he's getting into it. Respect.
Yeah, I mean, and I love like Charlotte's reaction to it, 'cause she thinks it's very funny, but then she kind of gets into it because it's that I'm taking myself too seriously. Sometimes it's just nice to have fun.
Look, I might break out the leather jacket and cigarette when I'm rocking out to Mississippi Queen on Guitar Hero. Who knows?
Dude, that's a classic.
If we ever all go to an arcade together, we can do like the fucking dance off thing that Monty
Dance Dance Revolution.
Yeah, that Monty and stuff like that. That always used to do. I'll happily do that with you guys and sweat my ass off.
Oh my god,
I'll have to go find Nigga Scott.
Yeah,
that's true. I'd be down to that as well.
I've not played DDR in a very, very, very long time.
I haven't played it at all, so.
You never played it? Oh.
No, I was never a DDR player when I went to the arcades. I was whenever I went to arcades, I liked the like pinball, foosball.
I love pinball.
I liked Skeet. Then there was the air hockey. Air hockey, I think.
Air hockey. That's what I meant by Skeet. Yeah.
Air hockey was very fun.
I used to love air hockey, but I played it with somebody once that would just slam it so hard it would like hit my hand. It was.
Is that me?
No, you were almost as bad, but so now I'm just like hyper worried I'm gonna get like hit in the face or my knuckles or something by the puck.
I've learned how to play to avoid taking the most damage, because I also used to play with someone who was going for your knuckles. That's how they won.
Yeah.
Yeah, arcades are fun. I have a few notes here about, I guess, kind of like what
the arcade.
Yeah. It's Tokyo's or Japan's arcades are actually very famous because you actually can play their claw machines remotely and they will mail you your prizes and stuff like that.
Didn't they kind of like invent like the arcade essentially, like or at least the idea of like?
No, I don't think so.
No, but they had like when they had like Pong and or like Galaga or whatever, they had like cafes that like they had like little tables. That's all they did is play Galaga. So I was just wondering if that was like if they kind of were, like the progenitors of what like a modern arcade would be, or if,
Outside my knowledge.
yeah.
I
It
guess
just makes sense why that would be, because they still have arcades there, and I feel like we don't really have arcades they're not like quite as extensive as they used to be, but I think in Japan they still are.
Yeah, they're very big in Japan, and
Well, I think gaming is more accepted there. Still
Yeah.
today, you could have like older people like, games rot your brain.
yeah,
But
I mean,
I
over
guess,
there,
yeah.
it's a lot more accepting.
to show you how accepted like the arcades as games are over there. One of the mobile games that we have over here that I like to play is also over there, but on an arcade system, and it's 3D and all that. So they have a much better version of the mobile game that I like to play over here. But like, it will save your username and it will save your like the characters
Yeah.
that you have, and then you can just come back to our same arcade machine like a month later, and you can pull up your data on it and just play the from where you left off. Kind of,
That's cool.
it's really cool shit.
That's the other weird thing. I don't know if this is still the case, but I know for like years, and it's interesting because I just always, I was like, oh yeah, Japan, they're like always on the cusp of like technology and everything, and I mean, I think that is true to an extent, but I read something somewhere where they never really got into CDs over there. They just like listen to vinyl. Like that's like they're a big vinyl continent.
Yeah, they went from vinyl to digital, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty. Yeah, like that's about it. Like that's they never did CDs, which I always found was very interesting. I mean, they did do CDs. I'm just like I'm
It's
over.
much rarer to find. Yeah.
Yeah, like they just pretty much did vinyl and digital, which is weird to think about, but also kind of makes sense. Yeah, I love this little arcade scene because it's kind of, I guess, like most of I feel like the culture that she was sort of trying to envelop herself in was a very austere, classic, Japan, going to shrines and going to this and that or whatever. But this was kind of like a bit more of a, I guess a current thing or something that you could also see in America to a certain extent.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a little bit, it wasn't quite, it was a lot more fun, and it was a lot more, kind of no rules sort of thing, which I think she seemed to enjoy, at least from what I, gathered from kind of her reaction to it, seemed to be more interested in or enjoy more.
One of Charlotte's character traits, I think she actually gets a lot of joy from people watching. Because that happens even later at the temple that she visits at the end, where she does see that really austere, like, properly dressed Japanese couple, and
Mm-hmm.
and then kind of contrasting to this here, there's definitely like a sense of. I think people watching something she genuinely enjoys, and I think the arcade is also doubly so, just because she can, I guess, understand that more, maybe for herself, because as you say, it's more of a current trend. And
Mm-hmm.
at least she can, because it's not wholly different from what she had experienced in America before.
Mm-hmm. I like, it's probably one of my favorite little scenes. It's not my favorite scene overall, but it's probably one of my favorite just little moments, and it's just that arcade. It's kind of like one of the rare times where I feel like she's having kind of fun in these little outskirts by herself. Anybody else have anything for this act?
I think my last thing is probably just I really like the look on Charlotte's face when she's listening to Kelly and her husband talk, and she's smoking a cigarette. You can just kind of feel the I can't believe I agreed to do this. I can't believe I wanted to do this.
I have been to parties and I have been in that situation, so I can relate. Where I'm just like, you know what? I don't care what these people are talking about, but I have to still be here because one of them is my ride or whatever.
Yeah, I guess I like her ending conversation with Bob there, because I think you brought it up. I think the jokes that they exchange is also quite fun. Like, hey, let's talk a Prison Break. You know.
Yeah, I'm organizing a Prison Break.
Back at the arcade, there's the Charlotte looking at the different people, and the third one she looks at is a guy, you know, pushing buttons, for like a pretty much
He does
a
the spins.
rhythm game.
Yeah, yeah.
I find it cool that in that same shot you can see the guitarist behind him
Yeah,
playing.
yeah.
So Charlotte hasn't gone like a long way around. She kind of just took a couple steps to this next guy. I find it funny to make him stand out more. The guitarist is more kind of just
I'm being
mellow,
cool. Yeah,
like
yeah.
not feeling cool. But the guy next to him playing the shooting game looks so bored.
I wonder if he's like, if he's, they were like, hey, we need kind of somebody in like every arcade thing. Can you just come over here and just like do this? Or if he was actually just that uninterested, which I don't.
Or he
Both
was
would be
just
funny to
laser
me.
focused.
Well,
But again, I don't see his
yeah.
face. So.
I think he was told to act, you know, bored or be, you know, very still in what he was doing to make it look like the arcade was still busy and packed, but not to take focus away from who they were focused on.
Yeah, could be.
I guess my last thing is the photo shoot at the beginning of this act. Is the one we talked about was potentially too long, depending on which person you asked. I thought it was. I think it's within Bob's character, but rationally, I can't really see why he prolongs this experience by not trying. Because I feel like if I was put in a situation I didn't want to be a part of, I'd try to get it over with as fast as possible. But his cavalierness, I guess, or lack of care, really prolonged the situation he didn't want to be a part of in the first place, which just seemed odd.
I mean, that's just the catch-22, isn't it? Though, I mean,
I think he was being cavalier up until the point that the photographer was talking to him about movies, because he still liked talking about movies, and I think that's what to me, how I interpreted that was just Bob was like, "Oh, you're an actual like movie person who knows, you know, who's knows."
See, I always
my films and knows other films, like doesn't fully understand James Bond as we see, but like familiar with Roger Moore. Robert Moore.
Roger Moore.
So I took that as like he was trying to just engage in conversation because he realized, oh, there was something that they had in common and could talk about. Because as you see, he's very put off by the different cultures in the previous scenes. So he was kind of I took that as he was latching on to something that they had common ground on.
Well, yeah, and this guy's making kind of an effort, or has an effort, or it looks like he's having an effort being made of like he is speaking English to some,
trying
to the best of his abilities, and kind of giving him more of a conduit to kind of talk about things or to work with. And maybe that was a conscious effort by the team or whatever, because they were like, we had that guy do the ad and who didn't speak English, and it was very tense and unnecessarily, this and that. So maybe we should try to find somebody who, at least kind of has an idea, so it's not so awkward or what, who knows. But I always see, whenever I've seen that scene, I've always read it slightly differently. I always I read it as kind of, even when I first saw it, as like, God, it would suck to be given this opportunity to do an advertisement or whatever. Like, you're hired to do an ad, and they're asking you to be different people and not yourself. Like, oh, like, we want you to act like Frank Sinatra, or we want you to act like
James Bond
or whatever. Like, well, you hired me. Well, no, but I'm just saying, like, I'm looking at it in the way of like, I was hired to this. You didn't hire Frank Sinatra. You didn't hire Dean Martin or whatever. Like, you hired me, and I'm not saying from like a business perspective that's bad. I'm just saying from like a personal thing, I would feel terrible having to sit there and act like a different person other than me, or what, or like, or not doing stuff that would be me.
I don't know. I feel like Ryder would know what I'm talking about mainly, but the other two of you possibly. Wasn't there a blooper in, I think, Winter Soldier, where Anthony Mackie's asking if they want him to do like more like Denzel Washington in his acting?
Yes, I think that's either Winter Soldier or that might have been Civil War, one of the two. But I think it's supposed to be a Winter Soldier. It's been a while since I just watched those deleted scenes and other behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah, because it's easier to say act like this person than give me like 10% happy, 25%
Well, yeah.
confused, and to get a face when you can just give a direct reference to what this person does.
No, yeah, like I said, I understand it from the perspective of the guy who's photographing it or the company that's hiring him or whatever. But I'm going through like what he would feel like, and man, like I am hired and I am having to be other people. I'm not, and it's like people that aren't even like roles of his or whatever is what I'm saying. Like it's real people. It's Frank Sinatra, it's Dean Martin, it's James Bond or whatever.
I think one of his roles was mentioned. I think.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, but like I said, that was how I've always read it, and it's kind of hard to shake that in that situation because that's what was my first impression, and it's very hard to see it in a different way. It's probably, I think it's like kind of the least overall awkward of the studio or the advertisement stuff. But it's the one that I probably have like the most bad feelings towards, I guess, in the characters, actions or whatever.
Other than that, I think that's it for the act for me.
All right. Anybody else?
I got my stuff out.
I think that's everything.
All right. Now going from Charlotte's husband leaves to the tow hospital. Oh, I guess one last thing I wanted to, because this kind of feeds into, I guess, but the guy talking about making the hip hop beat, I know that guy, or that archetype, and he is that annoying in real life. So
Okay, that type of person.
Yeah, I know that guy. Yeah, that type of person. I've met several, and they are that annoying in real life.
I can imagine.
Well, you don't like hip hop, Crimson, or do you don't like the artist?
I like hip hop, okay, but
like on your scale from hip hop artist to Jackson Pollock, Crimson.
Oh boy.
Oh, you're gonna be sorely disappointed.
I want to know this answer now.
Well, like which one I'd lean towards? I'd rather consume hip hop.
I'd rather consume hip hop.
All right. I'm sorry.
I would rather be a hippin' and a hoppin' than a Jackson and a Pollockin'.
Yeah. Sorry for bringing it up.
Just for that, we're gonna have you watch an entire 24 hours of Jackson Pollock painting things.
Oh, good! I can go to sleep.
Yeah. I don't appreciate this lambasting of Jackson Pollock while watching this movie. Okay,
you're real visionary,
Hey, you go do it. Oh, that's right, you can't.
Everyone can do Jackson Pollock paintings.
They can. Well,
just give a toddler a paintbrush and it'll happen. It's fine.
We'll save the rest of this conversation for later.
If the guy who invents it gets to own it, sorry, that's just how it is. It's never been done before.
People call trashy splatter paint a Jackson Pollock. That's right.
Yeah. Anyways.
All right. I get to start us off.
You get to start us off? Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'll start us off. I really liked. I think I brought it up. I like the joke that they exchange when Harris shows up to her suite in the hotel, and he has that really weird shirt on. It's just a very blunt
yellow
joke.
And orange camo.
It's fall camo. It's very blunt, but I'm like, you really are having a midlife crisis, aren't you? And he just goes, I was afraid of that. I don't know why. That joke made me I had to pause the film to get my laughs out for that one. That was good.
I remember I did research trying to figure out about that scene back when I first watched this movie of like where that shirt came from, and I couldn't find any answers. it's just he just had a shirt. I don't know because it just because he wears like suits and stuff for most of it. It's just I don't know where that shirt came from.
Maybe it was that one like dumb shirt that everyone packs away when they're going on a trip in their suitcase.
Maybe
You know?
it's like, hey, try this on. It's for we got like a deal or whatever with this company, and they sent this out or whatever. It's like, oh, thanks, and then he ended up like, oh, well, we're going out. Oh, this looks cool. This will probably look cool.
No, Lydia packed it for him.
She was like, because he doesn't know anything about him.
She doesn't want anyone to see him.
Lydia's like, oh,
She was
this will push everybody away. This is
yeah, that's exactly like he won't be able to score with this shirt. But little did she know, he actually scored hard. Do you think it looks better inside out than it does like
yeah,
like how it's supposed to be? Okay.
Absolutely, it looks better inside
it's
out.
Weird. It's weird. I've never really. There's only like probably 2 shirts I think I've ever seen that actually look better that way than the way they're supposed to be worn.
I think it helps that he's wearing a jacket, so you don't see the seams on the shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd agree.
Without the jacket, I would say the other way, because just seeing the inside
seams would be an issue.
really makes it stand out. That's why the
They
tag
did
gets
make-
cut.
Yeah, they did make promo T-shirts that were like the inside out look, but with Lost in Translation on them. And I really wanted to buy one at one point, but they're super expensive because they're pretty rare. Like $700, I think, for like an extra large or something.
That's
I know.
It's crazy.
It's an older movie, so kinda
well,
makes
yeah.
sense
Well,
that they're not
I don't think there was a lot of promotional
out.
stuff for this movie.
You're
just
making me
'cause of the
feel like I
budget.
wonder how expensive my Minas Tirith miniature is now. My sculpture for that.
It's probably
I
got a
don't
little more.
probably gotten just a little bit more. Yeah. I only have like one T-shirt that I think is worth anything, and it's not in like pristine condition, so it's worth less probably.
Same. I have a few old Battlestar Galactica T-shirts that I got from conventions and stuff growing up, and I did that those are probably worth a lot, but I don't know if they're in the best condition anymore.
Yeah, but you just never think about that. You buy stuff because you like it, not that you're gonna sell it down the line.
Yeah.
Except for me and Crimson, we both do that because we're eBay addicts, and so we'll buy stuff thinking about the
The
developing.
resale value. Yeah.
That
Yeah,
is true.
I do have
When your
I
eBay
do
talks.
I do have a big bin of stuff that I actually am supposed to resell at some point, because I did do that when I was much younger. I used to go to back when they used to sell like die-cast metal models of like famous starships and stuff like that from like Star Wars, Battlestar, and my other favorite
Mhm.
sci-fis growing up. I have a big bin of those because I used to buy like 2 of each, one that I could play with, the other one's to save to resell. And
Yeah.
so I did think of that when I was much younger, but then I got into more expensive things like anime figures, and that's no. I'm not gonna buy. I'm not gonna buy dupes of those because those cost a lot of money as they are.
Looking back now, I used to buy. There was a comic book shop near me, and they had I was super into Hellboy, and they had like Hellboy figures, and they were probably like $25, $30 or whatever, so they weren't cheap. And now I was like I all of mine got like broken because I played with them and everything, and they disappeared now, and I was gonna rebuy them because I was like I kind of want those again. They're like $60, $70 now, and I'm like, screw that, I'm not doing that.
Fuck that, no.
So I'm like, man, if I still had those, be swimming in it. Anyways, but I think this might be part of my favorite scene in the movie. The whole party, like extended party situation. I
might agree with you on that.
Yeah, I like how it's shot. I like how it looks.
I think it's my favorite track of music in the film. It makes it really feel like an early 2000s film.
Mm-hmm.
I think
I like the first song we got on his drive to Tokyo.
Oh yeah.
Song.
Crimson, great rendition.
That's what I wrote in my notes.
Once you're covered,
they just
Crimson.
kept saying "ah" over and over again.
I don't know what it means, but I knew exactly what you were talking about from so little information given there.
Well, I did so well performing.
Yeah. I don't know what that says about the song or what that says about you. I don't know.
Yeah, I think for the party scene, it has like two elements to it. There's the part where before they get kicked out of the
Yeah,
bar,
kicked
and
out.
then
Yeah.
there's the post bar stuff where they end up going to the karaoke place. And then they go to like somebody's house to hang out for a bit too. Um,
hmm
I think the bar stuff. It took a little while for me to settle in. I liked all the shots and everything. I was just kind of waiting for I guess the more character stuff to come to the forefront. Um, which it took. I don't know why it took a little longer for me. I guess in that scene, but so I think the karaoke scene is probably my favorite. But
Karaoke scene is really good too.
yeah,
But that was like the extended thing. I was like, I like all of that kind of. If we call all that like one scene, I really like that.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite scene in this act is definitely when they're outside the karaoke place and the two of them are just sitting on a
Getting chased.
bench.
Yeah.
No, when they're when they
Oh,
when
the
they're
karaoke, but yeah.
yeah, when they're at the karaoke place and they sit down on the bench right outside and share a cigarette. That's probably my
Yeah.
favorite scene. And I'll refer to my last sentence regarding that. As to how
Yeah.
as to my subjective feelings regarding that.
Yeah.
But I yeah, for the party scene as a whole, I think it just took a little longer for me. I don't think,
Mhm.
but I think it's personal, so I don't have
Yeah.
any like issues with it. It just took a little longer for me to get grounded, get into the scene, I suppose.
Mhm.
Because I
Um,
guess if I'm going to look at it in a more meta perspective, I felt as lost as Bob. So
it is. Yeah. Yeah. I can't imagine like partying in a different language. It'd be really weird. Um, well, you kind of touched on the music, and that was kind of something I wanted to do at the beginning, but I was like, I could talk for a long time, but since we're here, uh, this is probably one of my favorite. It has one of my favorite like movie soundtracks. Um, I like a lot of the stuff in it. It's all kind of style. It's all mostly stylistically the same, but I feel like there's some decent shifts in tone here and there for the depending on it.
yeah.
Um,
My only note on that is that like I quite enjoy the juxtaposition songs where the opening song with Bob just arriving in the taxi and the one where he's leaving after saying goodbye to Charlotte. I like those two
mhm,
songs are very juxtaposed. They're definitely in the same genre, but like one is obviously more uplifting while the other one's more mysterious and downtrodden, which the beginning one was. And
yeah.
um, I also like the soundtrack. I've saved it because I want to go through it, and I haven't yet, but I do intend to listen to the soundtrack because it warrants enough interest in me that I'm curious on the rest of it. I want to hear it. You know.
Yeah.
Sorry, go
And
on.
probably like the big, the big like claim to fame for the soundtrack is that four of the tracks were written and composed by Kevin Shields from My Bloody Valentine. For anybody who's in the know, like a pretty um, singular band, I guess, is that they kind of, I'm not gonna say invented a genre, but sort of solidified a genre that did exist, in the mid to
Popularized it.
late, yeah. We call it the shoegaze, I guess would be like the term, and it did exist before them, and it in slightly different form, but they kind of solidified it as what it ended up. When you think of shoegaze, what it is, it's because of them mostly. Uh, and yeah, he was in kind of like he was kind of like a hermit or whatever, and he wasn't really doing anything. And they asked him if he would make some stuff for it, and he agreed. And I think like made those four things for about 2 months, and I think really kind of give the movie the character of that kind of dreamy, kind of coming in and out of consciousness sort of thing, and really well. But yeah, there's a lot of like incidental music and stuff that's also really good. It's like they have Jesus and the Mary Chain, just like Honey is at the end, which is like become like the theme of the movie basically. I think Air, the band Air, did a song too, and Brian Wrightsell, I think I'm pronouncing that right, supervised the soundtrack along with him and Roger Joseph Manning Jr., big name I know. Composed some other incidental music for it, so it's a pretty. I feel like it's a very music soundtrack of kind of not just like score, but just songs and things, which I generally tend to like more.
It has almost no score.
No, yeah, there's just like the. I mean, yeah, it's only in a couple scenes, but it works.
There's a lot of silence, I guess, where it's just the Foley sounds and a lot of this, at least in the first half, when it's the downtimes, the build up.
Yeah. I was referring to score more to like, it's not like orchestra and stuff. It's more
organic
band. Yeah, it's more like I said, there's not really a big difference between like like the score in this and a score in like a general movie in the general sense, because it's still a score, but I like that it's using kind of a simplified instrumentation of like guitar, bass or what, it's not bunch of violins, a bunch of cellos and things. Because I kind of feel like those are, not to say that you can't do interesting stuff with it. You can, obviously, and we've commented on it several times. But I kind of like stuff that uses a more contemporary sound, scape to make it from, than just like relying on classical stylings
and overabundance of music and stuff like that.
And like
the music here is
yeah,
definitely more meant to accent the film's tone and kind of help shape it rather than like be the film's tone, if that makes it all sense.
Yeah, because I mean, it is like, I mean, again, I don't want to stereotype or oversimplify, but Japanese people tend to love like music just in general. They're very, they have a wide array of stuff that they're into. Usually it's not, there's, I mean, it's not the same thing like in America where people just like top 40 stuff, obviously, but I mean, they still have Tower Records in Japan, so they know what they're doing over there music wise. So I like that the score also kind of fits in with that, of this very melting pot of influences and sounds and textures and things. So you got a Japanese guy singing "God Save the Queen" by the Sex Pistols, and you also got these like very slow warbling, distorted guitars kind of playing out on these long extended landscape shots and stuff, and both feel like very much like they exist in the same world. And they don't feel like they're rubbing up against each other in like the wrong way. They're rubbing up against each other in the way of like creating that juxtaposition that feels very natural, and like you can get into that world.
Sprinks, I don't think you've said anything this act yet.
I don't know if I have. That guy doesn't look like Charlie Brown.
Maybe he
What
used
a great point.
Maybe he used to look like Charlie Brown.
He's not even bald.
But who is Charlie Brown?
Maybe he did a dance and that's how he got the nickname.
Maybe.
Or he kind of talks about it a little bit.
Actually, yeah, he said it was a nickname that he got when he was a kid and it just stuck, right?
Yeah, so maybe he was a bald kid or something, and they did his hair like that. I don't know.
I thought he said just everyone calls him Charlie Brown, Snoopy Man. That was his line.
Oh, is he like a hound, like a bird dog or something?
I don't know. I think adding to Snoopy means he's talking about the Charlie Brown I think he's talking about.
Well, yeah. I don't know.
I guess I had one minor issue that I actually took with this act, which was when they got chased out by the bartender with the BB gun. There's a moment where Charlotte kind of leads Bob through an arcade and stuff like that, and when they get back outside, their friends reappear pretty much across the street in a completely different location. Yeah. I had that down as like, all right, they got a bit of character teleporting, but at least it's minimal. Like, it doesn't break the film necessarily. It's just it bothered me because everything else was so organically done. Like, they hadn't really like jumped around with characters and stuff like that. So it bothered me a little bit because it just made it stand out a little more.
I agree. That's kind of like my only. That's my only like serious sort of little where it kind of took me out of it a little bit. It's kind of the only moment I'm like, that's a little bit too perfect. But I guess
an
Crimson.
issue I had in this act. Potentially, maybe I missed something. You guys can clear it up. When did Charlotte give Bob her room number?
She didn't. She said when they were leaving, he asked if she had her key card, and she said she did in her purse or her bag.
Well, he came there though.
means
So
her-
yeah.
With the shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
He just showed
how
up
do you
at her
know
place,
what room she was in?
and
That's
they
what
never discussed anything.
Well,
It
probably
could
called
have
them or something.
it could have happened in the previous night when they were just talking at the bar. I don't know. They spent enough time together that I kind of just wrote that off. I don't think that needed to be said, but I guess I get your point. It would have been nice because they at that point they have talked a few more times. So, anyway, sorry. Go on.
I was gonna ask Crimson about like the whole magically appearing friends with a cab or whatever. Without giving it away too much, is that as bad as the Idiocracy incident, or is it just on the same level, or is it better or worse, or is it just the same?
Idiocracy, the movie.
Yeah, the movie, because you had a similar gripe in the movie that they easily found something, and it was a big problem for you. I don't know. It's probably so long ago now that you probably don't have a brain.
I vaguely remember it.
Yeah. Do you think it's on the same level, or
no? I think it's lesser than that because
okay,
it's not that huge of an impact in this. There is some, but it's not massive.
Okay,
but it is a problem.
Okay, just getting a frame of reference that I could kind of point to exactly.
Yeah. I mean, because I guess my reading is probably a little more generous than it should be. I suppose with regards to that.
Oh yeah, because you just like the movie, yeah.
Well, I'm thinking about it on an objective scale. Like I'm thinking that because they spent so much time together in the bar scene previously, I could interpret it as that they exchanged information. But there's nothing really written about it in the script, so I suppose that's just an inference that I made. And I'm not sure if I can label that under objective. So, I'll put it down as a minor problem.
That would probably be a subjective thing, because you can infer without them saying it that's probably what happened, but there's nothing concrete that says that.
Yeah.
So
there's a degree of, I think I brought this up when critiquing someone else's point before. There's a degree of reasonable inference you give scripts and stuff like that, and the stuff that where you would label as you desperately need in the script to justify things, and whether the film has that or not would then make it make it an objective problem.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to label this under a minor issue, because there's not really. It is a minor problem in the sense that we don't know how Bob knows her room number, even though it can be reasonably inferred that they probably exchanged it at dinner at some point when they were smoking and talking about their life stories. Because at some point in that conversation, they just realized they're just both looking for company at some point. And they had mentioned, hey, I'm staying in the hotel too. I'm on this floor here.
And they had, the... And I mean, at hotels you can ask if you know the name of the person, ask for the room number.
That's true.
Can you? I don't.
Yeah,
I thought that wasn't allowed.
You can if you know their by name and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like you have to know, you have to give like more personal information than just their name. Usually, like their phone number and stuff like that. So at least that's how it is now.
That doesn't fix it. Yeah.
I don't know what it was like back in the early 2000s because I don't have memory of that in the early 2000s.
Especially in Japan, it could be also a totally different system or something. So it doesn't fix it. I'm just saying there's ways you can go about finding it out even if they don't give it to you.
I mean the director knew enough to send Lady of the Night to Bill Murray's room. So
yeah. But so. We shall, Yeah, I think it's minor. There's a little bit of you have to write for it a little bit, but because I feel like it could have been simple, but
Yeah, I'm trying to balance my reasonable inference
yeah.
with it as a problem, and I do think it is a minor problem. I would have preferred just a quick throwaway line.
A shot I really like in this act is Bob playing golf below Mount Fuji.
Yeah, that was a good shot. I like that.
It was.
Okay, I like the shot. I don't care for that scene.
Why?
It doesn't feel needed. I feel like that could be taken out.
My follow-up question again
I
is
can.
why? Like, we're shown that he's trying to also fill his empty space, his empty time. So why is that not doing the same job as the previous scenes have been doing? Because you're still working out when you go golfing. It's just not as, intensive.
Okay, you connected it as a workout routine.
Well,
to
that's what he's been
the-
doing. Like, he's been jogging, swimming, and now because he hurt himself, he's taking things a little bit easier, and he's gone golfing. Because it's still a workout, it's just minor. So that's where I
Got
took it, yes. So I was curious, is that, at least that's how I read it as part of the routine, I suppose, that he does every morning. He's trying to fill that time, so why does that stand out to you, I suppose?
I never connected it at all to exercise.
Okay.
I saw it as it's a morning activity out of the bliss of the conversation he had the night before with Charlotte, but there was nothing of context of him doing golf or anything connected to anything in his life of golf. So I just saw it as really weird to stand out.
Yeah.
But now that you're saying that it was a part of his morning routine of exercise, that helps with it.
The only time I think something that is referenced is when he's golfing inside of his room.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think that's after this scene though. So
I think so. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that does help being a morning exercise then. I do
Yeah.
have a question for the Crimson Maroon.
The one and only. Maybe.
Yes, being that you are the Crimson Maroon, which one was Burgundy?
I am the red guy after all. I'll say it's splotch number 3. You can determine which one is number 3 yourself, but
That feels like a cop-out answer. It sounds like you didn't care to determine.
if I were to
Because they're all
guess-
different, right? Every single one.
Yes, they're all different. The one closest to the end table would probably be my guess on being the Burgundy one.
Okay, top far right.
Yeah, it would either be top far right or bottom right. I think would be my guesses for Burgundy.
Because
Okay, I was
Burgundy's
just
pretty
curious.
dark, but not super dark, and it's not vibrant red, so I think that's probably the closest to it.
And for context, audience, we're looking at the shot with Bob having spilled all the samples onto all the carpet samples onto the tile floor.
None of which are labeled or anything.
But I just figured if anyone would know, probably be Crimson.
Unfortunately, you were incorrect, I guess, because he did.
Hey, I could be right. I feel pretty
It could
confident in
be.
that answer.
It could
And
be.
if you're looking for that scene, that's timestamp 42:39.
Yeah. I was gonna say about the golfing scene. I think the thing that kind of resonates, at least with me, is like the whole. It's such a golfing is kind of has gone all over the world and everything, but I feel like it is sort of, and it's related. It's from Scotland, so
Scotland.
But Scotland, I believe it's Scotland. It might be Ireland, but one of.
I think it's Scotland. There's a nice little comedy bit of Robin Williams explaining the origins of golf.
Yeah, so Scotland more than most likely, if not Ireland, one of the two. I know that's probably going to be I can't believe you got the two confused, but whatever. Get over it. But it's very much, I feel like, from we think of it as an American sport or whatever, so I just like the juxtaposition of this very American looking sport, but then you have Mount Fuji in the background, or
Yeah, it definitely plays into that different the culture shock aspect, just on a
Like,
much more minor
the same,
level.
but yeah, the same but not, or or, like really close but not quite.
It's a I the
It's a cool shot
I
though.
haven't golfed in like a decade, but that scene made me want to
Same.
try golf in Japan because like that would
I
be
would
I because I never
this
really
I will
think
say
about sorry.
Yeah, I will say this movie makes me both want to go to Japan and not want to go to Japan all at once. I feel like I would be so like out of touch, like so lost in translation.
Yeah,
You
I,
make that joke one more time.
No, it's gonna keep happening.
yeah, but like I've never thought about golfing in like different
Anywhere
countries,
else,
and
yeah.
yeah, because I always went to the same 3 golf courses growing up.
Mm.
And I don't know,
They're
I
pretty
just
much all the same from there. I mean,
yeah, they're pretty. They are, but then they're not. They all some of them
yeah,
provide different vistas. Because I even in the 3 that I'm thinking about where I grew up, they were completely different. Like I definitely had my preferences for one over the others, and just because it had more trees and was prettier and stuff like that. So there's definitely like I never really considered golfing, keeping the habit and wanting to try that in different locations and different countries, which is interesting. And I'm a huge anime nerd, so I want to go to Japan anyway. That's my
yeah.
top.
Even without that, yeah. Yeah, I figured if any of the 4 of us really wanted to go to Japan, it was probably Sprinks and Ryder. I think those were.
Yeah, I got a friend
Probably.
who's living in Japan, and hopefully, because we're kind of reconnecting right now. Maybe they'll put me up when I go if I ever find the time and money to go visit.
That would be nice. Um, I think Crimson would die. He would be too uncomfortable.
It would probably be pretty overwhelming.
Yeah. Um,
Are you
yeah, I
saying
think
you
that's.
get lost, Crimson, in translation?
I didn't make the joke.
I could. Definitely within the realms of possibility.
I just think like just the. I mean, it would be very hard because you're not really into mixing foods and stuff. It would be very hard for you to find something that you could.
I'd bring my
I
own
guess
food.
you could have like a package full of yeah,
Hey,
all this stuff. Yeah.
hey, you might like their garlic noodles. Those are very good.
You could actually they have like KFC over there, so you could
Yeah,
get some
they got KFC.
chicken tenders and
McDonald's
stuff.
is like
Yeah.
a sit down restaurant over there. Pizza Hut's a sit down restaurant over there.
So I do get like that you want to like when you go somewhere you don't really want to you want to
I get
have
their
whatever
strange candies.
Yeah.
they have like what is it like 70 different flavors of Kit Kat or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's like ridiculous. They love Kit Kats over there.
I
It's
guess
interesting.
yeah. I'll pull us over to the karaoke scene. I actually think that it's very obvious to me, but the first 2 songs, the first song that Bob sings and the first song that Charlotte sings, I think are very open windows into their state of mind as characters. It's not. I'm not gonna say it's on the nose, but it's pretty on its face. You know.
There's nothing more than this.
Yeah. Yeah, and then she's singing about how she just wants someone's attention.
I gotta have some
And
attention.
I'll thank you for picking this movie, Sinister, because it's made me want to plot some different writing works. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, more to your list.
yeah, just what I fucking needed.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the songs they pick, and they do feel, pretty, like she's playing kind of the pretender song "Brass in Pocket," which kind of fits her. I will say I think she's a better singer than Bill Murray, Scarlett Johansson, hands down.
Funny enough, I actually thought Bill Murray was better than her.
He has more character, but I feel like she's like traditionally like a better singer. But Bill Murray does have a character to him, so he gets that one leg up. So I'll give him credits for that. He has a voice that I don't feel like a lot of other people have. But yeah, he does it. What's so funny about peace, love, and understanding, all that stuff. It's good. I think that's all I have for this act.
Sinister, I have a question for you. I would say
Ask
to the end,
away.
there's no way I would remember
Okay.
So you've talked to me in private saying that you don't really feel like this is a romance movie.
No. Well, it's weird.
It's romance without the physicality. That's how I put it.
It's weird because I remember the first time I watched it, I didn't have like any. I didn't feel any romantic overtones, right? Like the first time I watched it with my pen pal or whatever, like that I didn't have that. But I feel like every time I've watched it since then, I get more and more of that. So I don't know. And now I'm not sure. It's definitely. I'll say this. It's not the same level of romance that I think Before We Go was trying to illustrate or something. I think it's not quite like it's not quite there, and it never really goes as far as that did either. It stays kind of where it is, but I can view it now more in the romantic way than I used to. However, I'm still kind of on the fence of whether I think that's the right way or the correct way of viewing it. I'm still not sure.
Okay. I just remember you telling me that before I'd seen it, so I went in watching with that in the back of my mind of you not fully seeing it as a romance of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot more subtle.
I saw it pretty clearly as a romance to me.
I think the romance and the romantic aspect of this is a lot more subtle than it is in Before We Go.
I agree with that. It is more subtle.
I also agree.
Yeah, I think when I made the comment in Before We Go, I said it like as a direct comparison, but then upon Crimson talking to me at one point, asked me about it, I said I don't think it's quite the same, except in just the story, the structure of it would fit that frame, but I don't think the overall story fits in that same way.
I
feel like they're
Lost in
pretty
Translation
close.
is more of a built on friendship than a build
Yeah.
of a romantic relationship. Especially since the key detail is they're both married.
Well, I mean that doesn't have anything to do with anything. They could still have a romantic relationship and be married.
Crimson, I think that it weighs a lot on the two characters of how they treat one another. I think this would be a far different movie if both were single.
No, I'm saying with the definition of a romance film, you framed it as if the fact that they were married had a difference in that. But
no, hang on, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. The difference that they're married changes it for being or not being a romance is what you're.
That's right. That's
the way I read what you said initially, but now I get what you're saying. I think it certainly affects Bob. I don't think it affects Charlotte that much. She doesn't seem that engaged in her relationship. She tries hanging out with his friends and stuff, but she seemed a lot more into Bob than Bob into her.
Well, because it kind of goes back to that conversation she had with like her friend or whatever, where she was just like, I don't know who I married or whatever anymore.
She just doesn't recognize him, herself, all of that.
Yeah. So she's kind of going. I mean, like I heard somebody once say about this movie is that Bob and Charlotte are essentially the same person going through like the same thing, just different points in life. So he's going through it when he's like in his 50s or whatever, however old he's supposed to be. I don't know how old is 2003. I don't know how old, but Bill Murray's how old he is in 2003 in this movie, so like 50 or whatever. And then she's 17, but in like your 20s or whatever, you're going through a quarter life crisis, as people like to put it now. So that's kind of how I always read there. So they're sharing in this kind of quasi stuck in life relationship kind of thing, where they don't really know either of them if their lives are where they want it to be at that point, and bonding over that, which how healthy that is, I will not comment on, but
I will say kind of on your point, Sprinks, of how much the marriage weighs up heavily on Bob. As soon as their like night of fun is over, the first thing he does is call his wife or try to connect with her.
Yeah, trying to keep that momentum. Yeah.
I felt
Yeah.
I definitely saw that as just he was feeling really really guilty that he was having fun without her. You know.
I mean,
Mhm.
could be. Yes,
Oh,
I
yeah,
feel
definitely. Yeah.
the
You think that if they weren't married, that this would be a like more overt
oh
romance?
yes,
Okay.
I think
There
so.
we go.
Oh yeah, if they weren't married, this would definitely be far more into the romantic angle. But I quite like, I guess, that it never
I
reaches
like that
that
it's
point.
subtle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that it's more subtle and it never quite reaches that overly romantic point.
Yeah. 'Cause it's kind of, I don't know. It's a I don't I'm not a personally, and in the thing media that I watch, I'm not a big fan of like overt romance, like big gestures, all that, like crap.
I
I
like it
find
when you
I,
earn it. That's pretty much my rule for it.
that's yeah, I like it when you earn it, but I like when it's a friendship more so than like a relation. I mean, it's a relationship, but like it's not like this is a higher version, and I think a friendship is like the highest version you can have in life. I don't think like being a girlfriend boyfriend is like the high. I think it's like if you can be a friend to your partner or whatever, that you've reached like that's like the end goal in my book. I'm personally. I'm not saying that works for everybody.
Well, I have a question for Sinister, and hopefully it's not on the lines of "let you down" snare drums. Uh,
Okay.
but Sinister, I'm curious. Do you know of the connection of reason to the songs chosen in karaoke for both Bob and Charlotte?
I did read something where, I mean, they're like the brass and pocket one is kind of all about a character wanting the attention of somebody that they're interested in or whatever. And in Charlotte's case, that's John and Bob, I guess, ostensibly. Uh, you know, she wants to she wants because John is very flighty and going to these places and meeting all these other people and not paying attention to her, and then now she has like this attention from Bob, who's an older gentleman and somebody who she feels a kinship with because they're kind of both like I said earlier, going through the same thing just at different stages of their life and going about it differently as well, and can that's like her only in this world is like her or in this place Japan in this hotel, that's kind of her only connection, and so she wants to keep that because it saves her from being alone or it saves her from having to think about where her life is going. uh Bob's stuff is a little bit more, I feel like it's a little bit less on the nose.
Well, his
I,
first
I
song I
think
thought was very much
what's
like
a yeah
was very much his like state of mind, but I don't know
yeah
any meta connection other than that.
yeah what's so funny about peace, love, and understanding, I think is it's a little bit older of a sentiment because it's an Elvis Costello song. It's from the 70s when he was probably a bit younger, and that's his frame of reference for why things aren't working now, is that he's older and the world's changed or whatever. You could read into that. The Roxy Music one, I think is kind of maybe a bit more meta on the nose. The last one that he does, uh, but I'd have to sit with that one. That's just kind of, I think, him not liking where he's at and feeling like there is something like the song, more than this. Like there's something more to this than I'm seeing, but I don't know how to get there, and I don't know how to do anything about it. But I know it exists, and that's the nagging part, is knowing it exists and not being able to find it or do something with it.
Okay.
But yeah, so I it's just kind of showing some slight character things, but I wouldn't read too much into both of them or all three of them, because I think it's kind of just, especially with Bob's stuff, it's a little bit more of just you know glance over kind of things. I feel like hers is probably the most overtly character.
Okay. And then also with Kelly's karaoke song.
Yeah, that one I don't I think that's just, I don't know. That that might have just been like a juxtaposition of that's what these two characters are doing, and they're having fun, and now they're watching this other lady do it and have fun, but it's a lady that they don't really like, so it's creating that dissonance or whatever of like, well, we were doing that and we had fun, but watching her do it and about the same level is annoying and funny or something. I don't know.
No, I mean, I think they both look amused when they see Kelly singing.
Yeah, yeah. No, no, they're both I'm just saying like annoyed in the way she's not very good or whatever, but they're more amused by it than they're like put off. I don't know. Hers I'm not so sure on. It might have just been like a story, juxtaposition of we just had a karaoke thing and now we're going back to now we're seeing a different side of it. She's just having fun. She's doing the exact same thing they were doing, but they're not super huge fans of her, so they think it's funny. So that's all I got for the karaoke.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah. Anything else in this act? Oh, we haven't. Well, I guess we're going into the toe hospital. So yeah. Anything else in this act?
Do you think it plays into a difference that Charlotte wears a wig to kind of change her identity?
Yeah,
in a way.
I think maybe just a little
I
bit.
don't see it as her changing her identity, but loosening up, and I can agree with that. Diving full into this experience, definitely what she's going for. I think.
Mm-hmm. That wig is that's a famous wig now.
Straight out of Lazy Town.
don't quote, not Lazy Town.
What are you talking about? It's straight out of it.
I don't like thinking about that show.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's a fever dream.
It kind of is.
Yeah. Anybody else for this act? We want to talk about the black toe.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Talk about the black toe.
We don't really get to see it, right? It's not a moment where I looked away. Okay.
No. They never
show it, though it's set up, but not. We don't.
That's a weird thing. I feel like I saw something once. Maybe just my brain just filling in gaps. But I felt like there was a moment somewhere where you saw it like in like a not a cast, but like a splint or something. But
there's definitely a bandage on it that you see. It's only for a minute when she's sitting on the bed, but that's after the hospital visit, though.
Yeah, maybe that's but you never see it specifically. Yeah. This isn't Quentin Tarantino. Okay? You're not going to see the feet.
No, we don't need to see the feet. Do we know? Was there a point in the movie where it happened? She just said it happened.
When she put up the lantern thing above her bed.
Yeah, she pretty much landed wrong. Like she landed on her toe, kicking a table.
No, she got down off the bed and she like stepped and like her foot just like kicked like a table leg or something, and yeah.
So we did see it happen. It was set up.
It was probably when you were looking down at your notes, writing it down. It was probably when it happened.
Probably.
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. My last thing for this act is I kind of like, because they both at this point know that they struggle to sleep. I kind of like when Bob falls asleep in the taxi back to the hotel, that Charlotte's kind of bouncing between watching the city and looking at him, kind of happy that he fell asleep, and the way Bob tucks her in and she goes to sleep. Nice touch, I think.
I agree.
Yeah, when he was walking down the hallway with her, I'm like, is John going to see this or something? Is this going to be the drama of the film? Because up to this point, there really hasn't been any. But no, they didn't go that route. So.
And I think the film is better for it, to be honest.
I don't know if it's better, but it would be different for sure if they went that route.
Yeah, I feel like that would have. Right. I don't know. It would have created a different kind of attention, I guess.
Now you're gonna make me add caveats because it was a joke, but yeah, no, I mean in the sense of like I think I see that too much now, and so the fact that they don't go that direction is different for me as an audience member, which is why I enjoy the fact that that never really played or factored into it. It just kind of keeps the focus of quote unquote the drama contextualized on their relationship specifically, not necessarily the interplay they have with others. For the most part, because obviously it does play in a little bit towards the end, but it keeps the focus on them rather than the relationships they have with other characters. So
Because does John talk to Bob? Meet him in this at all?
John?
Yeah. John and
No.
Bob don't interact, right?
No, not at all. No.
I think for the better. That could get ugly.
Yeah, it was like, what are you, some kind of, pervert or something? I don't know. Who are you, a housebreaker? You probably would be like,
Could be
I
her
know
grandpa.
you. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I wonder how John would feel, because what has he got that I don't got? Not a hairline.
burn.
Yeah,
That's all I got for this act. So
all right.
Yep.
And Sprinks, you're good too?
Yeah, go on to the hospital.
Going to the toe hospital, and then to Bob's morning after. Well, I'm not going to do it. Somebody else has to do it.
I'll take over. One of the things that I thought, another one of those scenes that I thought was just going on a little bit too long, was Bob's interaction with the old woman.
I like it.
I love it. I do. I want to keep it. I think they just need to shave off just a little bit of it. Because I don't know. I found it very funny and endearing in that kind of two people trying to connect kind of way that they're just completely different cultures.
That was totally improvised.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. It was just a random guy at the hospital.
So it wasn't a closed set.
No, I said like all the extras in the movie, with a few exceptions, were like actual like Japanese, like cool. Locals and stuff. Yeah. I think I'm pretty sure he was like a local. I don't think they hired him. I mean, they probably gave him a credit because he had talking in it, so he would have had to get paid. But anybody who didn't talk wasn't paid, as far as I know.
That's cool. I think that just
is...
adds more to it. I think that I guess how because it comes across more genuine that way. Like you can feel in the scene how genuine that like I guess cross-cultural attempted conversation was. But I think that just adds another layer to it for me.
And I always, for whatever reason, because I kind of, because it's such a kind of a cutting in and out movie for me, of like I just sometimes kind of lose track of it or something. I would always like see that scene and I would like not pay attention for like a split moment, and then I would come back in and I was like, I liked it because in my head I was like, oh, there's like ladies in the back like crying, and like they lost somebody because they had like the flowers and everything, and then there's like this funny scene going on with this like old man, and and then I realized later, because I actually was like paying attention and watching it for the podcast, and I was like, oh no, they're laughing, they're finding this very, very funny, and it made me like it more.
It plays into something that I think was phenomenally done of a small detail for this. Is earlier in the film, I think it was in Act 2, when Kelly's talking about like a power cleanse with John, and Charlotte's at the table and gets up to go talk to Bob, and she asks him, do you ever change seats? And his response is like, no, because if I fell, people would notice me here. I love the detail that when Charlotte gets out of her room, he has changed his seat.
Yeah, and has a stuffed animal now.
Because I think he's more focused on her than he is on himself.
Yeah. I do like that little exchange. Is that for me? Yeah, it's for you. It can be for you.
That was funny.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, like so apparently what that Japanese guy is saying is he's saying, how long have you been in Japan?
Yeah, he didn't get that at all.
No, and then the guy was like trying to say that he didn't speak English, which is very weird to say in Japanese. Like, I don't speak English in Japanese.
Yeah.
To somebody who doesn't speak Japanese is also very funny. I don't.
I mean, that's like someone saying no habla español and not.
Yeah. No. I know
Mhm.
It's just always funny because there's no way they know that you're saying you don't speak English, so it doesn't even matter that you're saying I don't speak.
Yeah, because when at least when it's Spanish, you still use the word English.
Yeah, it's close. Yeah, it's like no habla inglés or whatever. It's like okay, so no English. Okay.
Yeah. So it gets funnier the more quote unquote foreign the language gets. That sentence.
Yeah, like why even have that if it doesn't sound? I wouldn't understand what that means. Yeah, it's funny. But yeah, I want that. I don't know what is that a owl? I'm trying to figure out that stuffed
I think
animal.
it was a
it's an owl.
penguin.
It's either an owl or a penguin, but it is a bird.
Yeah,
I've concluded that it is in fact a bird.
kind of want one. I also like his shoes in this.
Those are very famous style plushies that you can get in Japan. They're pretty common to order for yourself if you actually want one.
Well, I don't know if I want that, but it would be a cool little thing. I've been looking forever for. This is totally off topic, but there's a specific like. I don't know how to describe it, so this this is gonna be really confusing. But been looking for like this like beanie. It's like a beanie baby, but it's a frog. And I've been trying to find one for forever, and I can't find it. It's nagging at me.
A beanie baby, but a frog.
It's a frog. It's a frog beanie baby, but like the it doesn't. It's not like the felt or whatever. It's got like a towel kind of fabric. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. That sounds familiar, but
I know. Yeah. I found like some that are like kind of close, but I haven't found like the one yet, and it'll be like I'll be like 40 or 50 years old and be searching for it still, and I'll finally find it, and then I won't be able to buy it or something. But I haven't found it yet. So audience, be on the lookout for a towel like cloth beanie baby of a frog, please. And
yeah, when we set up a PO box to
PO
spam
box.
things.
And I'll know what it looks like, so don't try to fool me. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, don't make a homemade one.
Yeah. Well, if you do, I would appreciate that more actually, because I don't think I'm ever gonna find the actual one. But yeah. Anyways.
I'd like to go to a thing of Crimson. I think he's the man here for the job.
Table.
Yeah, Crimson, would you like to talk about the Orange Club at all? Anything of that stand out?
The Orange Club.
Wanting me, calling me all the time like Blondie. Check out my Chrissy Bob.
The Orange Club.
Yeah,
where Charlie
Charlie
tells Bob to go meet him at a place called Orange.
Yeah, the Orange Club. You know that scene that you watched in the living room, and people came in and saw it.
Yeah, I was not aware that was the name of the club. Even though he's saying that
he was too traumatized by everything else to know to get down
I was too busy or too engrossed.
I was too busy avoiding looking and writing notes the entire time. It was not a scene I was expecting to come across in this film.
I had to chuckle under my breath.
So caught me off guard. Technically, they don't need it, but they put it in there.
I don't know. I think
it's to Charlie, I guess.
Adds more to Charlie. I think it also. You know what? I'll let you finish.
To you a little bit. Yeah.
Oh no, they could have gone to a normal club. It's all. They didn't have to do this club.
I'm going to defer to Ryder because I think he's a little bit better of understanding the Japanese culture than I think probably all three of us, or at least me and Crimson. I don't know, and I don't want to be stereotyping or anything, but I kind of know like kind of two interesting things about at least Japanese business culture, which I don't know if Charlie would fit into this category, but one is a very big part of it is drinking alcohol, like having like after work and everything. That's a big part of it. I don't know if that's a stereotype or not. But I also think that I don't know how prevalent that is, or if that's just group. I don't want to say it's the entire country or whatever. But isn't like strip clubbing? Isn't that also kind of like a big thing there? like it's not quite as taboo as it is.
Yeah, it's not.
over.
It's not as taboo as we consider it over here.
Okay.
I mean, there's a part where Charlotte's on a book and a man's flipping through a hentai manga.
I thought it was like Junji Ito, but it wasn't, or Berserk or something. But yeah, it's probably. Yeah. So I was just curious if there. So as far as as far as like Charlie's concerned, I guess that's just like it's like a normal
it's Friday
club you go
night.
to.
Yeah, let's go out.
Not even thinking that Charlotte is going to be coming with and wants to go to.
Yeah, it's not as taboo. As for its placement, the whole funny bit for me was Bob actually worrying that the stripper would fall over. So there's a moment where he's want us to try and reach out to catch her. I found that a bit endearing, at least in terms of Bob's character.
Yeah, it's a nice little moment.
And at least they make the first excuse to leave, So we don't linger here
so,
longer
you
than
want to
necessary.
Get drink? Let's go. Let's go. And he's like, okay, yeah, let's go. He's just trying to be polite.
Yeah.
Like, I guess if you want to be here.
Because Charlotte doesn't seem like that put off by it.
She's just like, how long have you been here for?
Yeah.
It's probably not the preferred place a woman would like to be at, though, to be fair. If you have the option to go somewhere else.
True, probably.
Yeah, I'm not that. Yeah, some people are probably into it, but I personally not interested in going to a strip club. I'm just gonna say that flat out right now.
It's out there.
Crimson, you're really ship. Oh, okay. You took a little bit longer to jump in there though, so I think you might just be warding off some allegations.
Of liking the orange strip club scene? Is that
of liking the orange? Yeah, he's like, it's like, ooh, this is wrong, but it feels so right. No. It's an interesting scene. I don't know if it's super necessary to be in this movie. It does bring up a point that I talked to Crimson a little bit about, because I had done some research after I picked this movie. Because I'd heard tell that a lot of people find this movie, or a certain modern demographic, I would like to say, don't want to blanket statement, tend to find this movie to be racist.
Do I find the movie to be racist?
You're kind of a little bit closer, I guess, to what of understanding the culture, I guess. So, do you think that there's any way to kind of construe some the subject matter, or some of the the interactions, I guess, between them and Japanese culture to be racist, or I guess even at the very least just stereotypical or something?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that. It leans a little into the stereotypical. It's not a wholly racist depiction. It does lean more into the stereotypical because it's a tourist lens, unlike what people experience there, when they're not actively doing
familiar.
When they're not familiar.
Yeah.
This is things that you do experience there, because one thing about and again, this does fall under stereotype too. A lot of Japanese people actually love making friends with foreigners because they like to hear stories and stuff like that. So there is when you are befriending Japanese people, you do eventually run the risk of they might drag you out to places where they party. Karaoke is an obvious place that they love to do out there. There's huge buildings with a bunch of private rooms that are established. That's why it's a running joke in a lot of anime. Sometimes there's always a karaoke episode if the anime goes on for long enough. It's very ingrained. That aspect is very ingrained in culture. In the same way that if you do become fast friends with people, they will take you out to strip clubs because they think that's something that you would find fun.
I have heard stories about that. Yeah.
So it's kind of their way of culture shocking you, because once you do this, you're cool with everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard stories of people like to go to like Amsterdam or whatever, like a couple, and they go there and then they like run into like some people and they become friends, and then they're like, oh, let's go to this club, and it's like a swingers club or something, and they just like get into. I mean,
yeah, it's
it
one of
just
those.
kind of like
It's one
just
of those.
happens.
Yeah, it's one of those things where so it's not horrible in its depiction of Japan, but it does a good job of like balancing that like where cultures clash. Because going to strip clubs is taboo for Americans, and
Yeah,
like I said, it's
even though we have so many of them,
even
which is
even
very odd.
yeah, it's still considered taboo out here. So it's
Yeah,
just yeah, I think they ride that balance really well. It does lean a little bit into the stereotypical at times, but it doesn't. I don't think it ever
yeah,
at any point crosses over into being racist. I think the
yeah. Because when
closest the closest that
yeah,
you could get to make the argument of it being racist is the lip my stocking scene.
yeah, I think
And
that was
even
like the
then
only
and
thing.
even then
Yeah,
I don't think it's horrible because it plays off of uh the being lost in
Lost in
translation.
translation.
Da da
yeah,
ba
yeah.
and
I
it
mean,
obviously that's played for this the humor and
yeah,
far as Bill Murray's character, and it's played for the over dramatic humor in terms of the actress as well.
yeah.
So
Yeah, because I think that seems like probably the closest, and that was one that was brought up in several articles that I kind of read, kind of because when I kind of heard about that, I was like, God, when every time I've never like thought about it in that way. I always feel like it's pretty. I mean, there's definitely
it's
stereotyping. There's gonna, I mean, because it's a whole culture, so they're gonna be making some
a
subtle
lot of
stuff.
shortcuts and
Yeah, and and that it's Americans in a different culture, so it's going to be through that lens and all that stuff. So,
and I think
but I had to like read about it because I had to kind of think, like determine in my mind. I think like the one that I read where they were like they used like the Japanese culture for laughs, like it's just to show how weird they are and everything. It's like, I don't know, you could do the same thing in like London or whatever because they're so weird over there. I mean, it's the same thing. I
you do
don't
the
think
same
it's
to
like
Americans too, and we do it to ourselves all the time. So.
I personally I love like especially like video games. I think is like the big thing, but like I love when they I think like Sony is kind of the big one where they make a game where it's with a like set in America or whatever, or using like an American iconography, because they do it in such a way where I love it because they do kind of the same thing. Anybody who did a different kind of cultural thing, who's not really super familiar with the culture itself, or from an outsider perspective, it always becomes much more interesting and kind of bizarre, slightly. I mean, sometimes it's like dead on, and sometimes it has that like melding pot, thing of like a bunch of different stuff. And I always find it more entertaining and interesting than like an American made version of an American film or American game, or because I like that outsider perspective.
I will say the Chinese version of Mulan is infinitely better than the live action version of Mulan.
I think most people would probably agree with you on that. So I think at the very least there is some stereotyping. I think there's almost no way around that. But I never felt like they were like specifically being made fun of in some way. I was just like, well, any culture that's different from ours is going to have, and it's just they just so happen to pick like the most different culture, to America or whatever, or one of the most different. And
It's oh man, this is gonna get into my history thing. It's
okay.
very interesting that how seemingly like how much Japanese culture has kind of adopted from American culture because following World War II, we helped them rebuild, and we kind of helped foster their culture into what it is. So it's now a very hybrid mix of what our culture is and what their traditional culture was and it grew into this very weird, unique thing that is not that's kind of still unique, and it hasn't been like swept away over as the years have gone on and all the cross cultural melding that's been happening over the last few decades. as the world's grown into something more of a global community. Yeah, that's just my little bit, I suppose. I'm gonna stop myself there.
Yeah, because we could go. Yeah, I know you can probably go pretty far.
Yeah, I guess for me, I don't know, the whole is it racist or not topic. The only thing I could see, and I don't think it is personally, but I could see how someone reads it, is the bad lunch they had at the end, where she like I don't see the difference. It all looks the same. The meal.
Though to be fair, it did all look the same.
I know, and it makes sense through an
No,
American lens, but I could see how someone could construe that into being racist. I don't think it is, but that's an example when I could see them trying to argue.
Yes. Someone would definitely have to bend that scene in order to like make the argument that it's racist, because not understanding someone else's culture, I don't think can fall under the label of being racist.
Oh, me neither.
This is just misunderstanding their culture.
Yeah, it's just a loss in translation. I mean, it's.
But
that was the weakest one. But yeah. So yeah, I was just curious because that was like kind of something I had in the back of my mind after I had picked it, and I was just like, I'd never seen it in that way, and so to kind of, put myself in that position of looking at it through that way, I still was like struggling to see it,
I will say this.
Yeah,
I will say this, that it kind of the movie does take a lot more of a nuanced view with regards to American tourism. Like, it doesn't really show you as a grand spectacle, or it doesn't really show off Japan. I guess it's very like it's a very mundane, nuanced look at Japanese culture. So it doesn't prop it up as a lot of other things typically tend to do, if that makes sense. And one of the things that I think helps it is that the Japanese that they're speaking is not necessarily, it doesn't degrade the actual Japanese they're saying. What they're saying is highly contextualized. So it's dialogue that would still work even if we had subtitles. The reason they choose not to show it is because it's primarily for an American audience. But that Japanese is still there for anyone who wants to go up and actually look up translations for it, like I did.
Yeah.
It's no iCarly, I go to Japan.
Yeah. that wow. That's a reference.
Whoa. Oh boy. It's what was that freaking Nickelodeon show? Kappa Mikey. It's no Kappa Mikey. Nobody? No.
Nope. Sorry.
Not that
I
one.
feel like that's one where I need to see an image.
Probably.
I'll look it up. You'll be like, what the hell is this? All right. Somebody else have a point while I do some quick Google thing.
Frank, I'm sure you got something.
Yeah, I have. I just looked up Kappa Mikey. Okay, I recognize it.
I'll do it for everybody else.
This goes from the hospital to the
Bob's Morning
After.
Yeah. With the singer lady.
Oh, okay. Shoot, is it in this one? There's a timestamp I have of 1 hour 14 and 9 seconds, where Charlotte's at a train station.
There's a couple of those, but this is one. Yeah.
Yeah, she walks out of frame. Her jacket goes out of frame when it cuts, and I think it would have been better if it was her jacket just on the verge of the frame to cut then.
Okay.
I'll take your word for it.
It sounds like the same thing you just said. It cut when she's just at the edge of frame, and you think
rather than cutting on her full physical outfit, her jacket goes out of frame, and it cuts like pretty much when it gets to like her left hand or leg, rather than cutting when the jacket first hits the side of the frame. And to me, it looked weird.
I didn't really have a problem with that. I recognize Kappa Mikey. I never watched it.
I saw like a couple things, and I was like, "This sucks. This is terrible." But yeah, I think Kappa Mikey is more racist than this.
Is Bob shaving in this act?
Yes, that's like I think like 5 minutes before the end of it. Yeah.
Did he put shaving cream all over the phone?
That's what I thought. I was trying to check
by
for
the
it.
ear. it was not all pressed up against his face, but the part by the ear would have gotten some on it.
Even if you did, I don't.
I went back and looked at it, and it's not all pressed up on his face.
Okay.
Yeah.
But some would have gotten on the ear part.
I've only used shaving cream like once, and it sucked, and I never did it again.
I just use scissors. I've had bad luck with electric.
Crimson, you look like a mountain man, like all the time.
He just uses
recently.
fire. He uses fire and a knife. That's how he shaves. He uses fire and a knife.
Yeah.
A candle and a marshmallow.
I went through like 5 different shaving creams until I found one I liked. So
I got some shaving cream from my grandpa's old like shaving kit, and I used it, and I was just like, this is terrible. This is like way too much. I barely even put anything on the thing, and it was just like way too much shaving cream.
well, I mean, the thing is, if I don't use shaving cream, my beard grows out to be thicker than Crimson's. So,
well, I have a thin beard, so
yeah, my beard gets thicker and longer. So, I can't go full dwarf from Lord of the Rings, but I can go like Hugh Jackman's Wolverine if I really.
Dwarf Wolverine, you say? Yeah. So, yeah, shaving cream. Do we need it? No, we don't. Kidding. Yeah. The talk show's also in this.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. The Clapping Jazz Square.
Clapping Jazz Square.
I'm gonna be honest. The whole talk show kind of is hazy in my head. I don't think I have any notes for
okay. It's like a fever dream. I mean, it really is. I don't know how to say it otherwise. I've watched some I loved watching Japanese game shows, but just some of them are just like, I'm like, this is too weird. My brain can't even like remember them half the time.
Why would they be spanking frogs? I don't understand.
They're making the frogs gay.
Oh, is that what he meant?
I guess. I don't know. That's not what he meant. But he
I just thought of something random.
Oh, random!
Random. The talk show, like I said earlier, I think it has a place here. I don't think it went on too long. It wasn't that long, especially compared to the first two.
It just feels long because it's so cringy.
Yeah, like I said, I think it has its place here. You won't have me disputing that.
He's Japan's Johnny Carson.
And I do like how he saw it on the TV later.
Yeah, it was good.
And he's just internally screaming. Yeah, that was.
I can't imagine like being on a talk show in a different language. There'd be so many like.
I'd be so worried.
There'd be a lot of head bobbing.
Yeah, it would be like I'd be so I mean, I'm sure like if it's played off here, like where they don't really have there's just a huge language barrier. I'm sure like in actual it would be not quite as bad, but
I mean, his translator is an interesting translator because they make a joke earlier during the first commercial.
They just do the
that's all
translation.
He said.
Yeah,
that's all he said.
Yeah.
Is that all he said, or was there more?
She really grinds it down to the most important bits, but because
so it wasn't all.
It was not all he said. No, she grinds it down for the most important bits, which is things are lost in translation. But it's one of those. It's trying to remember what it was exactly. So like the part where the director is like talking to him
really
directly.
Animated.
Yeah, he's really animated. A lot of what he's saying there is like, it's very important that we get the shot because we're on a schedule, and I want him to do this. And it's kind of, he doubles down on that when he asks what direction he should look for the camera. So I'm spoiling it for you. Sorry, Sinister. But I'm not going into full detail. So it's she what she does is she grinds it down to the important details, but she leaves out a lot of the smaller nuances that of what's being said.
Of like him critiquing him or something. Yeah.
she's filtering out stuff that that could possibly be interpreted as an insult to each other.
Yeah.
Because it's important for a translator to do that most times because back in the day, if your translator was off by a word, it could mean war.
Yeah. Classic UN.
Classic Ewan.
Crimson, are we? Please remind me. Are we Team Green Monkeys or Yellow Penguins?
Oh boy.
You and I always forget. I think yellow penguins, maybe. I don't want to get
Okay.
wrong. I don't want to get that wrong. That's embarrassing.
What the
Could
fuck
be
is
Green
happening
Monkeys.
right now?
They watched a Japanese game
Japanese
show
game
with
show.
Oh,
some
I've
of our
right.
survived a
mutual
Japanese
friends.
game show.
Oh yeah, those
Yeah.
are the movie nights that I've missed.
Connection.
Yes, I remember.
Mhm.
Quality content.
Yeah. Quality content. Yeah, it's also an interesting thing, I think, because I mean, I don't know enough about that world, but I kind of know at least a little bit in Japan, like copywriters, not like copyright as in like I own this thing, but like people who write copy is like ad people or whatever, and they're like big time celebrities in Japan. I mean, like I feel like people who do ads here, they're not really known for doing ads. But like
Unless
people
it's
in
like
Japan,
Flow.
or no, it's like a director makes an advertisement for something, and then they're like, directed by Christopher Nolan. Ryan Reynolds goes out to get a beer or something. I don't, whatever. That was actually what was it?
Pretty much just the Super Bowl in that regards.
Yeah, like Super Bowl was like the big thing, but like yeah, over in like Japan, like those guys are like huge celebrities. I think like the biggest one that I know of is like he doesn't do it anymore. Shigesato Itoi, who ended up doing the Mother series and everything, but he was a copywriter. So it's a bigger deal over there to be working in advertising than I think it is here. I mean, they still make big money in advertising, but you know what I'm saying. But he's kind of like he's a rock star, but he's in advertising. I guess. I don't know where I was going with that, but just something.
I really love the shocker. I really love the the dialogue scene when Harris invites Charlotte over to his room and they just kind of watch Japanese dubbed movies. They're drinking out of wooden boxes, which I thought was really weird because that's something I've never seen before.
I
But
think I've seen that. I don't know where though.
Well, it could
yeah.
be a culture difference. Like those
Yeah.
boxes aren't designed to be cups, but it's what they found in the room.
I don't know. No.
no,
They
I
do
think
drink.
they do
yeah,
drink out of
yeah.
that. Yeah, I looked it up. Yeah,
Yeah,
I just thought it was weird because I'd never seen that before, so I ended up looking that up.
I think it either adds or it takes away or it makes the flavor of the drink more noticeable or something. It either adds a flavor to it or it takes away like the unnecessary cup flavoring. I can't remember which.
The wood adds a specific flavor to certain drinks.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Which is interesting to think about. Yeah, and I just love the character dialogue here between Charlotte and Harris.
Bob had
I like
asking
about marriage and
does it get easier?
It's hard and stuff.
Yeah, and and then we kind of get a bit of more on Charlotte's life as well of what she's tried to kind of fill the gap, pretty much her hollowness.
Yeah.
And
well, I write, but I don't like what I write, which is every writer, by the way.
Yeah, pretty much. And then the fact that she also tried photography like her husband, but she doesn't like what she takes because it's just seemingly too generic.
Yeah. It's always weird. I don't know. It's always a weird relationship being in like one with like a creative person and you don't really know what your thing is, and having that to be compared to. I think it's the same dynamic as in like a family where you have like a famous parent who does like something or whatever, and then you're constantly compared to that person unnecessarily just because you're related or something.
Like death at a funeral.
Like death at a funeral. Pretty much any musician's kid or whatever, it's always like, oh well, he's gonna be like a musician, but he's also not gonna be as good because his dad was better or something, or his mom was better. You
always have something to live up to at that point. Chip on your shoulder.
Mm-hmm. which sometimes makes for good art and sometimes just makes for emotional problems. So, it's the
Emotional
50-50.
flub.
Yeah, 50-50 shot. But I think it's probably one of my favorite little. Maybe it's a little bit too giving to call it like a monologue, but I think it is kind of like a monologue of just like does it get easier? No. Yes. When he realizes like it's not the time to be brutally honest.
Well, he's just thinking about it.
Yeah, like for him, yeah, it doesn't get any easier, but for her, it might. You never know. It is. It's something they never tell you. It's rough getting older.
It's
not
rough
fun.
adulting. Yeah.
Yeah, adulting sucks. I'd much rather be like 12 years old and playing on my GameCube or something than paying taxes or working. Weirdly, I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but
Crazy.
The only
Yeah.
benefit now is we are legal enough to drink our problems away.
I guess that's true.
You can
Or
buy whatever you want now, as long as your job permits it.
That was something that I had it was such a big like mind effer. Was talking to somebody where I was like, yeah, I've been looking at like stuff that I always wanted when like I was a kid, and I've been thinking of buying it, and then like somebody was just like, well, that's just adulthood. It's just buying the things you couldn't afford when you were a kid, and that just messed up my brain. I was like, it's like, oh my god, that's true.
Sometimes, yeah,
That's
that's definitely.
I mean, yeah. Like it just made me think of like all like the adults I knew in my life who had like any kind of like thing that I found cool as a kid or whatever. I was just like having to they're living out their childhoods that they couldn't have because they were either poor or weren't able because of other reasons or something. It's interesting. I definitely definitely can be a victim of doing that. I've definitely done that, but it's gotten too expensive. We have expensive taste, don't we?
Yeah. Doesn't help that a lot of stuff from our childhood has gone up in value as products.
Well, yeah, the internet is like the worst for that because now everybody can look something up and see what it sold for, and there's no longer just some old guy just has something and just like I don't know what it is, just get rid of it for $5. Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite little moments of their like talking is just kind of like trying to be honest but also not trying to be like
so downtrodden.
Cynical.
Yeah.
I mean it's a hard balance. I think he kind of gets it, for better or worse. They kind of find like a mutual ground there of like, yeah, it's never not hard, but it's never not worth it, I guess would be if you boil it down.
Yeah.
That's all I've got for this act.
I think it's this act. I thought it was funny / weird that when Bob comes downstairs before he accepts to go on the show, he avoids his translator and her whole group, which was amusing to me. I didn't fully understand why he did that, especially since he ended up calling her to say he wanted to stay longer anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was before the show or after the show?
That was before.
He's agreed to stay longer for the show, wants to book it.
Because he goes out and then he reads that map, right? Is that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. After he goes down there and he like kind of gives the slip to like the people, and then goes. He kind of it's interesting. I kind of like that scene because it's kind of like he's trying to relive that experience on his own without Charlotte, and it's not as good. It's not quite as he doesn't get the same joy out of it. It feels like in the moment.
Yeah, and this is when Charlotte goes to visit the shrine and like tie a fortune on the tree and everything. I think that's what she's doing on her own right now too.
Yeah. So they've kind of have somewhat gone back to where they were kind of at the beginning, and they don't.
Still trying.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they're still trying, but they find like, oh, it's not as enjoyable with the other person, or it's not quite the same. Charlotte a little bit less so, but I think Bob kind of gives off that vibe, which I found interesting.
This one has the bathtub scene, I believe. So
Yeah. The final conversation with his wife.
Yeah, the weird one I referenced earlier, where it sounds like he's completely given up in the relationship.
Not at
She
first.
sounds genuine.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, she brings up the whole carpet splotches, and he's like, "Whatever you want." I don't know. I'm lost with it. And he didn't try in this conversation. I don't from the start. It wasn't the first call he did where you could tell he was trying, and he said, "I love you" after she hung up.
Well, he was.
It sounded
drunk,
like
though,
he was done from the start.
He was trying to lay down like, I don't want to eat pasta anymore. I'm trying to be healthier, stuff like that. So he's trying to.
It's kind of that idea of like, if I change what's like going on with my body or with whatever I'm doing, that'll be a positive. Like if I do a positive change in myself, that'll make a positive change overall for like everything, kind of thing, which isn't wrong, and it's it's usually how things work, but that's kind of like what he's trying to get at, but he doesn't really know why that's what he wants or whatever.
You said this was an odd scene. I'm sorry, I feel like
he said it was weird. Yeah, he said it was a weird scene for him.
Just the dynamic between the two were very peculiar because, like you said, he brings up he wants to try to better himself, whether it's for him or if he thinks it'll affect others. I guess you could read into that however you would want, but she doesn't really go on board with that. She's like, "All right, well then go stay there." It doesn't seem like either are really trying.
Yeah, he wants to see he wants to eat Japanese food because it's healthier or something like that.
Yeah.
They're both. I think they're both trying and just kind of missing. Because I mean, she is still trying to involve him in like the choices of his carpet for his study and stuff like that, and he is trying to get or at least hint at what he really wants, which is to be a little bit healthier and stuff like that. And obviously, they're both missing, which is kind of lends to like the nonchalance of like the kids are getting used to life without you and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think like it kind of boils down to like, I think he does try to mend it in some way by just being like he was like, I'm just so lost or whatever, and she's like, well, it's just carpet. And he's like, that's not what I'm talking about, and he's trying to like get like that really deep conversation going, but neither of them is really either experienced enough or is willing enough to have that really big talk of where are we, what are we doing,
they do come across as very tired.
Yeah, it's like, and it's a 25 years of marriage or whatever they're in, and it's there's gonna be moments where you're not really into it, or you're tired of it or something, and you gotta work on it. And I think it's kind of like they're both at a stage where it's like, is it worth it? Is it enough? What are we here for? I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Frank, what do you think of this whole, I guess, Lydia phone call?
I found it very
relationship
sad.
as a whole.
Yeah,
I found it sad. I felt it that even though Lydia doesn't know any of the situations going on in the film that we see, she has this like disconnection with Bob and isn't trying to like handle it, because then again we don't know how many trips Bob's been on or how many situations like this have occurred, and it just become a constant. But she doesn't seem to be a very supportive wife of what he does or try to make him feel better for his actions. I mean, he doesn't seem to be instigating anything or purposely trying to make Lydia angry about saying like how much he likes Japanese food. But I think it could be a little bit of jealousy on Lydia's end that she's stuck with the kids and he's out just having a good time and she never really gets to go, or maybe she used to and misses it, but they chose to have kids, so it's possibly also on Bob's plate to be blamed because it was a group, spouse decision to have children. And if he's leaving it all for Lydia, that is something that would be angry towards Bob for doing. And he missed. I mean, the first thing he gets is that he missed a birthday, and that he needs to be there for the recital. But he sounds like he is trying, and in the scene where not this one you're talking about in the bathtub, but when he gets a phone call from Lydia about the recital, he says, "Oh, I didn't forget," but I think because of the response of how he does it, he did forget about it. So I think they just need. I don't know if it's couple counseling or they just need to sort things out. And I think Charlotte's character for Bob really gives him a bit of a perspective on his marriage that he has, and I think it would get healthier and better because of that. But I don't know how Lydia would take it on her end. I'd say this. Hopefully, she could try, but it seems that the way she phrases things over the phone,
Yeah.
I don't know if she's at the point of not. I don't think so because she does go out of her way to call him and check up on him, not just Bob checking up on her. So, but I just found it, the bathtub one that you're describing, I did find sad.
Yeah, I think my favorite exchange during the whole thing is because she kind of says almost annoyed slash snidely remarks, "Do I need to
Mhm.
worry about you, Bob?" And he's just really deflated, and he just goes, "Only if you want to." And that to me was just some, I guess, beautifully constructed, polite strain in the relationship. You could feel it.
No, I agree. But I heard a
Any,
chuckle out of Sinister. Did you find it?
no, no,
humorous?
no. I was looking up. I was multitasking.
Okay.
No, no,
Didn't want to credit you for finding a broken marriage funny.
no. Uh, so is anybody got anything for this act?
No.
Not
I
me.
don't think so. I think my only last note for this act is that uh, when the singer sits down and greets him at the bar, I'm like, oh,
Hi.
I'm like, that's cool. I wonder what they're gonna do with that.
uh,
Cut to next scene where. Yeah. I like that he's like, well, and that goes into the next act, so I'll leave it there.
yeah. It's a morning after. All right, going from the morning after to the end.
All right, do you want to continue your thoughts then?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
you probably you go for it.
Fine, sure. I quite like Bob's reaction. Like this, we as an audience kind of pick it up with him. Like we see him like opening his eyes. We see the rose on the table, and then we see the underwear, and then we hear the singing, and he just kind of falls back in his bed, wincing. I quite like that we learn with Bob what happened the previous night, or remember what happened the previous night, like in tandem with the audience. I enjoy that sort of thing.
Well, he even tries to cover his face with the comforter.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I know it built up with the whole bathtub phone call is probably what pushed this
The extra
scene,
drinking.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. We were talking about earlier how Bob was a bit more conflicted with what's her face again?
Charlotte.
Charlotte. I don't know why I want to keep saying Carol. Charlotte, and now he's shown restraint up to this point. If you do believe there's a romantic relationship, which some think is more than others, but him just we get a cutaway of him just breaking his vows to his wife, and I wish it wasn't like that. I do like the idea of us building up the scene with him, but I feel like we needed to see him conflicted or something building to that action and not after the action. Because I feel like that's a big thing that happened, but I don't feel like they treated it that big of a thing.
I guess I need you to explain it yourself a little bit more with regarding they're not treating it like a big thing.
Well, so he cheated on his wife. This whole film is him having a relationship with this girl, but not actually having a romantic relationship up to this point. We get a snippet of a girl sitting next to him at a bar, and then boom, he cheated, and that happens. we don't really get him past like, oh shoot, I did this thing, and then it's all how Charlotte felt when she was knocking on the door. I feel like it was just tossed in. They didn't build to this moment. We don't see anything leading up to it, other than you could say his headspace from the post phone call. It just felt out of the blue and not well treated.
I mean,
I don't know if that helped anything.
it helps, I guess, in defining, I guess. Well, I guess it defines your thoughts on it, but I don't think you defined your problem with it, other than you don't think it's well built. I guess I'm confused. Well, trying to figure out how best to phrase this.
I'm trying to think it could possibly play into Crimson not fully understanding the feelings of Bob in the moment to do such an action.
Possibly.
No, I think what his problem is like, no, it's like nothing happens after it is his problem. Nothing, like there's no like
There's
big,
no
big
fallout?
long-term.
Is
Yeah,
that
there's
it?
no like big long-term ramifications.
There's no internal conflict Bob has with this. This is
That
here
we
just
see.
for the awkward lunch.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's kind of something like we should see. It should be big to Bob, but we just get his like awkward. Oh, what did I do last night? And then that's it. That's all we get from Bob with cheating on his wife.
I think his reaction is enough, though. Because he's going from that reaction to realizing, oh shit, Charlotte's at the door.
I just feel like there should be more impact on the scene.
I guess. Well, I guess to understand that, what would you want in like the ideal version of this? If this was left,
if we keep
and,
up
like, yeah.
with it's a cut to this, and we see post reaction.
Yeah.
I would just like to see. I don't know what I'd want out of it. Usually, I'm good with coming up with alternatives, but I'm not getting
You want
one
more
here.
like
It's
guilt
just
out of Bob?
Do you want like
guilt,
Charlotte to disown him,
something,
or
because we just get this, and then we get the lunch stuff, and then the fire drill, right? That's
I think
Yeah.
I
No,
think the
he-
lunch
he-
with Charlotte is enough of
reactions.
Charlotte.
No, before he gets there, he gets
reactions.
yeah. Before we get to there, he actually gets another call from his family, so we get to see the guilt written in his face when his daughter wants to talk to him and stuff like that. For me, that was
yeah,
enough.
it was-
Because he knows Charlotte's anger at him, and then it's just this ever-present reminder of like, oh yeah, I still have a wife, I still have a kid. So I read guilt into him during that scene, because that's just what he portrayed. So I
I
think
didn't read guilt in that at all. Yeah.
What did you see, Crimson?
More like self pity than guilt. I didn't feel like he felt bad about it.
well,
But,
self-pity
I'm
can
a-
be
I'm in a cruddy situation.
yeah. Well, self-pity
That-
can.
Oh,
I
I
saw
see.
that as that.
Yeah,
It
well,
can be. I didn't see it in this. And I feel like I'm very different in this movie to usual on stuff right now.
like
That's
you
okay.
can't think of a fill-in for a scene like you used to. You can,
yeah.
that's fine. I mean,
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Another thing that I guess could be improved for you, Crimson, is if they had a little bit. Would it be better if they had a longer exchange at the bar? Because I like the quick cut, because I can reasonably infer that he just had enough alcohol for this to happen. Because we see more alcohol bottles lying around the room when he wakes up.
No, I mean, well, we don't need to see more of the interaction between her and him.
Yeah,
I agree. There's enough to infer
yeah.
that. It's just
You just want more guilt out of him.
His
I
problem.
guess.
He wants more of like a sense of like earning
some
of his
weight to this.
Yeah.
I feel like there's no weight to this other than Charlotte's reaction. I feel like
When-
Charlotte's reaction is the weight to this scene.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is because he's the
And
only
I feel like it should
person
be
that.
Bob's weight, not Charlotte's weight.
Oh, I see.
Like I said, I thought Bob's weight came in when his family called. But again, I guess that's for me. So,
Guess we're at an impasse.
yeah.
I guess
we saw it very differently.
When an
Evidently so.
unstoppable force meets an immovable object.
I'm now very interested where our ratings are going to end up, Crimson, because you and I are usually fairly close. So I'm curious where we're going to end up here.
I thought about that halfway through this podcast.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on that like after half an hour. I'm like, oh shit, I think we're further apart than we normally are.
when Crimson mentioned to me the movie, and I was like, yeah, I don't think I honestly I don't think this is your probably cup of tea, so I'm not that worried about what your rating is. And he was like, oh really? And I'm like, yeah, no, it's fine if you don't like it. I can understand I would love it if it was high, but I can understand it being low too. So we shall see.
Yeah.
What are they cooking? I mean, it looks like I thought it was a grill, but then there's it's a water.
From what I understand, is they're cooking the sushi themselves.
Oh, that's not. You can't cook sushi.
It depends on the sushi you're getting, because there
okay.
are some sushis that you get that are like the fish that's in there is grilled and stuff like that.
Okay.
So there's very different types of sushi that you can get. So as far as I'm understanding is that they cook their sushi to the level that they want it, and they wrap it themselves, which is why they cracked the joke earlier. You have to cook your own food. Later. Did I say earlier?
Later, yeah, later. What kind of restaurant makes you cook your own food? First.
One in Japan, apparently.
And it just reminded me of it's really terrible. It just reminded me of Benihana's or something. Because it's in the middle of the table. Because there's a thing in the middle of the table. Cook the food.
Subway.
Eat fresh. Wait.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a. And I think though they did do a good job of illustrating, even though I think Crimson made the point of that it doesn't seem like it's the right weight for the scene. I think they did a good job of setting it's a tense scene. And they did a good job of illustrating that at the bar or at the restaurant. It feels. Yeah, it feels.
You can
awkward.
feel the awkwardness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which was good, I think, for that scene. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that scene needs that seeing walking in on that scene. The next scene after it has to be awkward. There's really no way around.
Well, she's closer to your age.
That made me laugh because I was just
okay. Now this, yeah.
You first.
No, you go. No. You. Mine's an add-on for afterwards. So.
Okay. Yeah. I like their exchange where they're a little bit bitter. Like she snaps at him like she's closer to your age, and then he cracks back like, what, did someone not give you the attention you're seeking, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I quite enjoyed their exchange because they both got a few insults in there.
Yeah, they bonded enough where they know each other's buttons, and they can push them. But no, I was gonna say I always kind of read this when I first saw it. When this is a lot of reevaluating on post after watching several times and everything. When I first saw it, I read that scene like she was disappointed in him, that in the way of is my marriage gonna go like that or whatever, kind of the outside in perspective. But now I think maybe she was disappointed, she felt like he cheated on her or something, or she was into him and he didn't, go through with her. I don't know. What do you guys think?
How I saw it.
There's
not jealousy. It's like a step below jealousy, but I think something along those lines. That's how I read it.
Yeah, I read it as well as a step below jealousy that she has.
Okay. Yeah,
because
I just read it
because if you're reading it as a movie with romantic undertones at the very least, you can definitely see jealousy as an undertone in this scene.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Springs, what about you?
Yeah, I guess you can see jealousy.
What did you read initially?
Of the whole. Hang on.
Let me
make sure I'm on the right track.
Yeah.
We're talking about the lunch scene?
Yeah.
Yeah, the lunch scene after she catches him with another woman or whatever.
Okay, I saw it as Charlotte felt hurt because she has this relationship and friendship with Bob, and Bob doesn't seem to be. It's not a sense of loyalty because they're both married, so I don't think it's a break on that. But also, I think it definitely plays a more jealousy because he was having a time with a different woman. But then it shouldn't fully play into that because then Bob could see it as that she hangs out with Charlie Brown and all those other people, but we don't know if that was. We just know they're friends, and that Bob was invited to that. It's not like Bob would invite Charlotte to him and the singer of the night before. Uh, so I think it just plays off of Charlotte was hurt for being, I guess, not a main priority, or that when Bob wanted to spend time with someone, it wasn't her. But it also could be that in this situation, which I don't know how confused Crimson is on Bob's actions of it, but how Bob, got the stress relief, I'll say, of that night, that he didn't want. Charlotte was not the pick. I mean, he didn't do it for Charlotte. It was a one night stand with the bar singer, and the bar singer also came up to him. He didn't go looking out for her.
Yeah. Yeah, I always viewed it, when I first saw it, I viewed it as she was disappointed that he, cheated or whatever, and, that she was worried that her or John was going to fall down like a similar thing or something.
That's
But
definitely
now,
that's definitely an
you know,
interesting
the kids,
interpretation of the scene for sure. Like I wouldn't
yeah,
dispute that outright because she probably is feeling that because of all the marriage life talks that they have been having. So they could may as well play into her state of mind here.
yeah. But so I think maybe there might be no singular right one. It might just be I'm sure disappointment is most of it. Where the disappointment comes from, I do not. There could be any number of things, I suppose. Now we've all got kind of different, different perspectives on it.
A problem I had.
Might be the problem I had.
Probably the same one. Of we see Charlotte go to the elevator to go up, and then he leaves in the car, and then he finds her outside while driving.
I wrote down that his character's teleporting number 2.
Yeah, extreme teleporting. That was very blatant, and I think that one carries more weight than the other one because
it does.
This pushes the big climax of the film. Didn't like that at all.
I agree.
That was a point knockoff from Crimson over there.
I agree with the
that
problem.
That was 4 points.
That was not the problem I had, though.
Okay.
What was the
I don't know if it's just played as a joke, but I don't think there's a way that menu is real. The lunch menu.
Oh, that
sure was a joke.
Every image
Japanese
is the same. No, the image for the food, they're identical. Well, almost
they
identical. I don't know if the menu's
different colors.
Yeah, I don't know if the menu's laminated. And if it is laminated, it could be a little reflection of the light to make some of the meat a little more white looking than the red, but they're all the same.
Well, could it be
if they made them slightly different, then the joke wouldn't work.
Well, could it be that
for a joke, not an actual realistic thing?
I was gonna say, could it be that like the meat itself was all the same, but the sides and the prep for it was different?
But wouldn't that not be in the image?
Well,
because the pricings are different.
Clearly not. This wasn't in the image.
Well, each one is just an image. There's no text under each image, right? It's just the pictures.
No, I think there is.
No, there is.
There's text underneath the image, yeah.
There's text and the price.
Is the text different?
I think so. I'd have to check.
Okay. They could also be different sizes.
The text is different.
Okay. Yeah, it might be just size. I'm just rewatching for the menu thing and just seeing Bill Murray's dead eyes as they're talking.
Yeah.
Just
the soulless.
Yeah, it's just well. Why did I agree to
This
go
is
to
a
this
I mean,
lunch?
even
great lunch.
you'd have 6 different types of red meats if they're all different.
Yeah.
So chicken isn't an option.
No, it's a sushi place, so I'm assuming they're all fish related.
Yeah, but that's beef. That's
Oh no,
definitely
I mean, yeah, you're right. Charlotte did call it a sushi place, but this is a hot pot they're in.
hot pot.
I mean, we already talked about, or at least writers said they do cook some types of sushis. But... And she called it a sushi place, so I'm not going to assume it isn't a sushi place.
Well, yeah, but that I mean, she's also American though, so any like, oh, let's go to a Japanese restaurant. Oh, it's a sushi place, and it's like, well, no, it's not actually a sushi
Makes
place.
it so much
Well, I
weirder.
mean, it could be a noodle shop, and then there's different things like that.
But they don't get.
I'm not saying this is a noodle shop. I'm saying she could have said something that wasn't a sushi shop if she was ignorant to the places.
Ignorant.
So she went in saying sushi. I'm not going to assume she's wrong.
I'm thinking this place could serve sushi, but it's not that. It's weird. I don't know if it's.
Sounds baseless to me. Do we see them serve anything else?
We don't see them serving sushi.
It's
They're supposed to make it themselves, dude. They talk about they complain about having to cook it themselves. That's the big
Drinks
thing.
is a big sushi fan, okay, and he does not appreciate this making fun of one of his favorite foods. Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I don't. I think she just said she could just say sushi place and be ignorant, but they also have like the stuff you cook it with, so it's interesting. That's good.
I'm looking this up.
Oh, okay.
Yosonabe, Japanese hot pot. Is it considered sushi?
Well, it doesn't matter. The film said it's a sushi place.
Which could be. Yeah, the location. That's not my issue with it. My issue isn't that the location is a sushi restaurant that serves other things but sushi. My issue is that the menu is played as a joke because they're all the same thing in the image of a hot pot place or a sushi place that serves hot pot, and the menu given doesn't have other images on it, which is to play in the joke, like it's not showing other sushi options, but the hot pot meat.
I don't know how.
We're on one side, don't we?
To be fair, I don't know how
menu.
grounded the filmmaking was for this. So I know that the actors are like the only people that are being paid and the people that talk, right? So I genuinely don't know if they just used a real location for this. And how?
So they're having shabu shabu.
Okay.
Shabu shabu is a Japanese nabamono hot pot dish of thinly sliced meat and vegetables boiled in water and served with dipping sauces. So the term is
follow up. Is that type of dish a sushi dish? Is I guess the question.
I'm trying to see. Region state, vegetables, typical food type. I don't know. Nope, somebody posted something. Never mind. There's my old one. It was like, oh, what did I say?
All I'm seeing is shabu shabu and sushi are identified as 2 separate foods.
Okay. So then it's a sushi place that serves more than sushi.
Yeah, and that's fine.
But he's talking about the.
He's talking about the menu. We only see the one side of it, so I'm just gonna shrug.
We see both sides of the menu when Bob holds it up to point out that they want 2 of it. The backside has nothing. So the way I see it is they ordered hot pot and were given the hot pot menu of decisions. It wasn't a full-on menu of everything they had at the restaurant.
Okay.
I'm sure that works. The hot pot was already there when we get to the scene.
Yeah.
So there you go. You found your workaround. It works. Makes sense to me.
Why'd you have to say it like that?
What? I said it plainly. Found the
Okay.
workaround. It fits. I think it's applicable.
So working past the shabu shabu. There's
All
the
right,
fire alarm.
the random fire alarm.
No, the random fire alarm, and the guys in the tinfoil.
Guys in the tinfoil.
They're wearing like silver, like fire
Fireproof
retardant.
outfits.
Yeah. Which is the
Just
style.
another arbitrary thing to push them along, I suppose.
Yeah, I'll label this one as a plot contrivance, and it's minor, but it's there.
Yeah.
I have a weird question, and I don't mean this to be sexual in the form of question.
Okay. No.
Why
okay.
does it cut to his feet?
That's not his feet.
Oh, that's her feet?
Yeah.
What?
Does it just cut
That
to
was his
show
feet?
I thought it was his feet.
Yeah, I thought
No, it's
I
hers.
thought they cracked a joke about what he was wearing.
Yeah.
So
That was man feet.
It was contextualized, but I yeah.
I mean, if it was her feet, wouldn't the black toe
The
still be
toe.
like an injury?
If it's
Yeah,
her feet,
that's
it
his
would
feet.
be under a sock, wouldn't it?
It could be.
I'm watching it.
Yeah, it was his feet, but I do agree that it's a little weird that they did put that in there.
I'm just trying to
Yeah.
figure out the context of that ad. Why was that
I don't
there?
know. I don't know.
I thought they cracked a joke about it, but I'll be honest, it kind of slipped my head. I was writing notes furiously at the time.
Yeah, same thing. I don't know why. It kind of seemed out of nowhere.
All right, cool. I'd cut it from the film. Okay.
No, it's
I
important.
agree. I'd cut that shot out of.
I mean, if they played it with like the black toe thing, and then he goes, "Oh, well, you know, I'm an actor. I have immaculate feet," or something, and then it plays on like her being like, "Oh, can I see them?" And he goes, "Well, no," and blah blah. And then in this scene, it's like a payoff.
Yeah,
to that. It's like that could
that's
be a
better.
connection, but there's
Yeah, you're
nothing
right.
to it other than she has black toe. But why would his feet be needed?
Couldn't tell you. I agree with
My
you.
best guess as to why they showed it is just they showed him he's in the full getup of like the robe, the sandals, and everything. That's the only reason that I think they showed it. I'd still cut it because it's not needed.
They could have done a better shot with that then. They could have had both of them from a longer angle.
They have a thing with feet.
That could be it.
Even when they were in the bed together with the whole marriage talk, he
He's rubbing
rubs her
feet.
feet before they fall asleep.
I mean, I took that as him holding her foot instead of holding her hand.
And it could be. It was a weird little thing to put in there.
Does Sofia Coppola have a thing for feet?
No,
I don't know enough about her to answer that. So
it's not like Quentin Tarantino. Okay, we're not.
No, they're running the wine down the lake thing.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah.
It's yeah. Well, the one in the bedroom scene I'll say is very contextualized. This one is not. So if I'm picking one to remove, it's this one.
Yeah, I'll
Yes.
we'll cut this one out.
Charlotte faxes him that
No.
see you tonight, miss you, right? It said Charlotte.
No,
at the
that's
top.
that's John. It's
Oh,
from John.
huh?
Yeah, it's from John. John's coming home today or next day.
I thought
It is no. It is from John, but Crimson, I do agree. It's a weird cut to go from Bob in his room to the fax machine, but that cut is to go to Charlotte's room.
yeah, I misread that scene. Well, that makes that better then.
There we go. Slowly building that 1 point back up, maybe.
Perfect. Nice.
He's at a 0.3, but he has to balance between the 5 or no 5.
0.3. Oh, that would be
Why was the whole movie just a black screen? I couldn't tell what was happening.
Yeah. What is this? Game of Thrones?
But
That's
that's a good one. Yes.
Thank you. Never seen the show. Still got the joke.
You shouldn't have to at this point. It's not worthwhile.
I know. But that's the point. That would be so annoying to Crimson because he keeps track of it. If it was like a 0.3 or something, I would drive him insane. He would be like, throw all of his.
Yeah, I'm just playing into a joke. Like, is he
No,
gonna
I
get
know.
the
It's just
5
I was thinking about it. Like, if somebody actually did that, he would be so annoyed.
Yeah, that would be very annoying.
see, it would be annoying.
I guess I'll go into a big question that might be of this film. What did
Big question.
Bob whisper in Charlotte's ear?
Many
looked that up.
moviegoers have pondered that same question. I think it was just right.
I looked it up, and the answer I found, I went back and watched it, and it sounded right, but it's someone's interpretation of what he said. So at the end of the day,
I think leaving it fairly.
apparently,
I'm sorry.
apparently, going off what I found, I have to be leaving, but I won't let that come between us. Okay. That's apparently the line interpreted by people that I don't know. So, there you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with it being ambiguous is much stronger.
There was like Sofia Coppola had written something for him to say, but she didn't like it, and so she just told him to just improvise it or whatever, and just like not have it be audible or something, and that's what they went with.
I do think the scene is much stronger for it being ambiguous. So,
I agree.
Like before we go, being ambiguous on what was behind
The
the
backside. Yeah.
paper.
What was behind? What was behind it? I think this is a little bit better than that, but that's just me.
yeah, because the stuff being on the paper implies somewhat of a happy ending. This one just kind of implies a somber ending. They met,
Yeah, like
they had a kinship, and then they left. That's
they were each the person they needed in that moment in time.
That is true. Now that goes. Thank you for all those answers. Because I was kind of in the same. I like that it's ambiguous. You don't know what it is. On to the bigger question, which we like to do here at Cheap Seat Critics, between mostly Ryder and Crimson, was the kiss acceptable?
Mm-hmm. Which one? There was like
Kiss
three.
on the lips.
Oh, the one
there
at
were
the
three.
end. Okay.
There were
Yeah.
three
But
kisses
the
on the
big
lips.
one.
The big one. The
big one.
the big wet smoocher.
Not the cheek, not the one next to her eye, but the one of the kiss on the lips.
There's three kisses on the lips.
There's 3 kisses on the lips.
Well,
Yeah, 2 in the
Well,
elevator
like-
and then 2 here and 1
Well, okay, one of them is definitely on the cheek. The other one is like partially
Side.
on the lips. Yeah, it's on the side. Yeah,
Weird one.
but yeah,
Not
the
a
last one
direct
is like a kiss. Yeah, bang bang.
here. Considering
Uh,
they're not heavily making out, yeah, I'm fine with it.
I'm talking about the thimble.
Let's talk about the thimble.
Is it
Talking about
acceptable?
the saucer and the cup. Where do we drive
All
at
right,
here?
Sinister, you lost me. What the heck is the saucer in the cup?
It's a good question. I don't know.
The thimble was a Peter Pan reference.
Yeah.
Sorry.
See,
Well, the saucer and the cup was my own invention.
unlike Before We Go, I don't really have to think too much about the kisses before it because there wasn't like the point of that particular this particular relationship of will they, won't they. So I went with I didn't have to think about it very much, and I'm fine with this one. Especially since they're never going to see each other again. They don't share it. They don't exchange any information. They don't.
No, he didn't even get her email.
Yeah, they don't exchange any information.
funny.
So.
And couldn't you
Yeah.
infer that they had a lot of time together?
That's
That's
nah.
poking
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's poking fun at me. Yeah,
Um,
I'm just gonna look right back at you.
Yeah.
And, like, you didn't answer my question when I asked that of you. So.
I think they laid enough groundwork for it.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Sorry, getting the own
We're not
getting the own
expecting
Wilson in there.
Wow.
Is that an unexpected answer?
Yeah, that's true. I did.
I thought you would have been like, ew, yucky.
Hold on, let me
Physical
delete all my debate Crimson notes here.
Okay. Oh.
I'm kidding. I didn't have any.
And for me, I found it acceptable. I think it was fine.
Yeah.
It was
I think
Yeah.
to talk plainly, I guess the physicality of their relationship. I think in terms of there is a build up to it well enough in that sense that they have kissed each other prior to the scene, but it wasn't like full on the lips before this, and it doesn't it's not also not like they're not heavily making out or anything. It's just very tender. So I think that really adds to the kiss's acceptability.
So, if we didn't have the previous ones, do you think it wouldn't be then?
No, I'm just pointing out that strengthens it.
Okay.
I think there's
Spence
still
also brought up the previous
yeah.
kisses.
Yeah.
Spence, do you think that too? I keep cutting you off. So terrible.
Okay.
Again, we're in a pitch black room. We can't see anything.
Yeah.
Can't see each other.
Who's there?
Crimson, did you just kick me under the table?
You playing
Sorry.
Footsie again, Crimson?
Sorry.
I'm a footsie.
Yeah, what was your specific question, Crimson? Because I didn't catch your question because I was talking. Or your
I
point.
was actually directing the question towards Sprinks because he also brought up the previous kisses. Maybe Sprinks, if the previous ones were removed, would it still be an acceptable kiss or not? Writer says it is.
I'd say, ooh, that's a good question. I'd say yes because of the long hug. I think Charlotte's emotions in the hug make it acceptable.
I also think it's acceptable with previous kisses. I'm not for the hug thing, but I think
He's not for the hug.
relationship between them they built throughout, I think was enough of a build up for the kiss.
All right, we got that settled.
Nothing I have. I don't know if this ending credit song, or the song that goes into credits, is appropriate.
I think it is.
It's on tone or lyrics?
But I'll
Lyrics.
take it away.
The tone is fine. The lyrics is odd.
All right, let's hear
In
him.
her-
Let him listen.
In her honey dripping beehive, I'll be your plastic toy.
Okay.
Is there more than
The
that?
hardest thing for me to, or was it? Eating up the
Hardest-
scum is the hardest thing for me to do.
Well,
I don't think those are
at least
lyrics.
personally, Sprinks, I don't think every song picked in a movie has to be weighed against the lyrics of the song. I think songs can be picked for the tone without lyrics having to have any meaning
Also,
behind them.
And
lyric is
I'm on the
not-
opposite side.
Then no movie would have a soundtrack then, because not all songs fit, like lyrically and musically.
I mean,
You have to
Crimson,
make-
to go with the point you just made. Sorry to cut
No,
you
you're
there,
good.
Spencer,
No,
but to go with the point Crimson just made is they just make it instrumental. They just cut the lyrics out.
No,
this wasn't-
because
yeah, but this
lyrics
song wasn't-
add to music without listening to the words. That's what I do all the time. You listen. I showed you guys a song that really puts this point
your
to
Christmas
me.
music? Yeah.
Yes, that song. I like the music. I wish I didn't hear the lyrics, but the music the lyrics provide sounds good.
Okay,
If they switch the
so that
words
song,
and the music
let's say
sounds
that
different.
song, if they put that song in the credits here, it applies to you?
No. He said it adds to the tone of the scene. So the song that you're theoretically talking about for Christmas wouldn't add to the
Had
tone
to
of the
match-
scene.
You're right. It had to meet the same tone.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's exactly my point. Because the words, like a foreigner listening to a song, or I guess I'll be the foreigner. If I listen to a Japanese song, I don't understand the lyrics, but the song being said sounds good. So
Yeah, I've had that,
this song, if a foreigner listens to this song in the end of this movie, do you think the lyrics matter to them or how the song sounds because of the words used? I think that's what they're
depends on the
going
person.
for.
Also, you quoted the last line, but not the first one, which does actually tie into the thing where it's walking back to you is the hardest thing that I can do for you, which he does. He walks back to her and does the whole thing.
Yeah, so it plays purpose into that one part.
Yeah, but so you're saying one line near the end of a song when the credits are rolling immediately vacates all the previous part of it that fit in to the movie?
No, I'm also going with the connection of the entirety of the song. I mean, they could have just done the lyrical part of that one part, but they chose to do the entirety.
Well,
So what does honey dripping beehive have to do with anything?
I mean, it
Nothing.
doesn't have to do
It has nothing to do
nothing.
with it.
So the song was specifically chosen just for that one line to connect to Bob walking?
I mean,
Could be.
I'm the one
I
drawing the
didn't pick it.
conclusions here. I'm not drawing it. I'm not saying that's what the. I'm doing what you're doing. I'm drawing the conclusions based on what I saw in the movie, but and it fits
It's
for
just-
that. It fits for
Okay.
that one line.
Let me-
But
Let me
No.
clarify because I don't know if you actually understand the Springs. So apologies. But you're making an assumption that they chose the song specifically for its entirety. Crimson's point was broadening that out, is that there's many reasons they could have chosen the song. So it's not necessarily just that singular sticking point of how the song needs to be for this particular scene for lyrics and tone. He's pointing out that they could have been just for tone. Does that make sense?
I think Springs would argue.
It
that
does,
it
but
should
my
have been an
argument is
instrumental
if
then.
it's just tone, if it's just tone, just do instrumental.
But
Because
the
the
so-
lyrics play to it.
No,
This
you-
boils down to the assumption of what the creators wanted, and we don't know what they wanted. That's what this boils down
No,
to.
yeah, that is true. We don't know what they wanted for the scene. What I take from it is this song was chosen for this scene for a reason.
And we don't know why.
No, we don't. That I agree with.
All right.
I did my piece on that. I don't have anything else.
I don't know. I just felt like a nice relationship of Bob and Charlotte shouldn't end with honey dripping beehive and I'm your plastic toy.
fair enough.
They ended on a bookend,
Yeah, they
essentially.
did.
they do.
Yeah.
A drive through Tokyo. One
With
entry.
more upbeat sounding music. So I think I brought this up earlier. I like the difference, the different tones that you have with driving into Tokyo and driving out of Tokyo. I quite enjoyed that.
I also we got a Bob being famous moment near the end. That lady waits around for him to come out from
Oh, yeah.
using the phone.
Excuse me, I gotta talk to someone else. And she just walks away. She didn't wait for him. She just left.
Yeah. All right. Is that all we
That's
got?
what I have of my notes.
I think that is it for me as well, yeah.
All right. We'll now go into our ratings, starting with Crimson.
Oof. So this movie, I'll start with my subjective. It was a struggle to get through. Not going to hold back on that. Not just the first 40 minutes, but throughout the whole film, I was not engaged, unfortunately, like I wanted to. By the end of it, I was doing the comparisons that was brought up before we go. And I did enjoy Before We Go more than this. I felt more chemistry between the two leads. I was just more engaged in that one as well, overall. So I'm giving this one a subjective 4. Objectively, this is very tough because we seem to have very different viewpoints on parts that I thought were objectively flawed. So now I don't know how to approach it.
Sorry.
Well, this is why the objectives are to each their own. I mean,
yeah.
Well, the term for me, objective, has a specific definition, and usually those are agreed upon by populace. And having the populace around me being you three see it very differently than I confuses it for me. But going into this, I had it at a 6.5 objectively. For the pacing issues, I felt like the impact of the singer was not fully realized and felt more of a device for Charlotte's and Bob to bump heads a little bit, which inherently isn't a bad thing to have a device to push that type of thing. But if using him cheating on someone and then not using that impact on Bob as an individual, plus having the Charlotte thing, I felt they didn't fully utilize. Even though Ryder was saying it came through on the phone call, I didn't get that on the phone call. What other problems did I have that were disagreed with? Oh, Kelly. Or that was her name, right? I think
Yeah.
it was Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly.
Anna
Uh,
Faris.
her involvement. A lot of our debate on it was referencing back to Kelly. I don't think Kelly's involvement changed Charlotte, changed her view on the world, or with Bob, or it didn't affect her outside of Kelly herself. A lot of what Ryder was saying was like Kelly's actions changed how Charlotte viewed Charlotte by the end, because Charlotte had her own
No, I did not say
stuff
that.
at
Sorry.
the panel.
Yeah,
You
sorry.
kind of did.
No, my implication was that
Well, that's what I said.
it helps to facilitate a show and difference in what Charlotte's POV is. So it's not that she contributed to the overall outlook; it's that she helps show in part what her outlook now is. Sorry.
All right. Still, with that, I still see enlarge. She's removable. Not a big enough splash to warrant existence out, outside of just being an unnamed outsider, like I mentioned at the table. And in terms of the film making, the cinematography, personally, this would have been my subject if I didn't bring it up. A lot of the handheld shaky stuff I didn't really care for, but objectively, it's fine. It's serviceable stuff. I did like the use of silence through most of this film, and then we get more real music going on once they start interacting. Bob and Charlotte, like at the club at the beginning, and a lot of the locations they go to have music, so it builds up the connection they have, I think, and I imagine that was intentional. But overall, I still think I'll stick with the 6.5, as harsh as it may be, depending on certain viewpoints. I'll leave it at that. This one was a hard one, I'll say.
Right. Well, I guess I'll go next because I'm in charge, so I get to pick. Okay. Yeah. This is definitely a soft spot movie for me. It's probably like, well, it's probably my favorite Sofia Coppola movie. I've only seen a handful, but I generally like her stuff. But this is probably my favorite, just because it's got Bill Murray in it. It's got Scarlett Johansson. I like the music. I like the mood. I like kind of all the stuff that's in it, and I think it's pretty well put together for how small scale and how tight the budget and everything was. Yeah, I just think it's a really well made. I don't want to like bring comparisons with like her dad, because she's worked her whole life to kind of be separate. But my problem a lot of her father's work is that he'll have like a really good like core story, and then he'll like expand it like really big. He's never really satisfied with having like that core story. He always tries to make it really big and extravagant. I feel like she does those small stories justice in the way that I don't think he ever really could do, of making them very personal and very keeping them small but still meaningful. And I think that's always been her bet, like the thing I really like about her movies, and this one is no different. Because it's a big story, but it's so small scale, and I really like that a lot, because it's something I think we've all kind of, any age you kind of go through, you kind of have a crisis of some kind, and it's nice to kind of have two viewpoints on it like they do in this film. Yeah, I love the soundtrack. It's one of my favorites. Really well put together, and it stands on its own legs without the movie, which is another thing I always love with the soundtrack, is if you can listen to it and still get the general vibe of the scenes that it was from or the scenes it was used in by itself without the movie going, I think you've made a very good soundtrack and a very good score. Some of the problems we mentioned were some liberties taken with miraculous characters appearing or disappearing or what have you, and information not being given out in certain scenarios. Some of which could be looked at as just, could be reading too far in. Some of them are a little bit too garish to not be represented. But I think overall the movie works pretty much from beginning to end without, too many hiccups, except for the few that we did mention that were somewhat glaring. Bill Murray is probably, like I said in the beginning, it's probably my favorite role of his serious stuff. Probably tied between this and Steve Zissou. Scarlett Johansson, it's probably one of my favorite roles of hers, and it's a very early one. I don't know about Anna Faris. I think this is kind of on par with most of her other ones, but kind of most, especially even the incidental people that are just sort of extras or whatever are really good, and I think really add a lot of flavor and a lot of authenticity to the movie, which it really needed, and it's great to have. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything else I can really state other than I think it's kind of going back to like the small scale. I think it's really good to have a very tight little story, and just keep it where it's at. You don't need to go too far. I mean, to be fair, they did film on location, so that's where probably most of the money went, in getting Bill Murray. So that's where most of rightfully so it went. But I mean, making like a movie like this that's really good for like $4 million, especially back then, is kind of bonkers and is very cool, and I think needs to happen more. But that's going on a different tangent. Anyways, I'm gonna sit at I was at a 9, but enough kind of problems were brought to me that I'm sitting at an 8, pretty comfortably. Still like it, but there's a few things that I'd kind of glossed over on my previous rewatchings of, and gleaned some new things. So there I am. Sprinks, how about you?
Yeah. I guess I'll save what I just heard for the recap, but that's a interesting story you gave it. Let's see. I'll start with objective. I think it was very well done acting between Scarlett Johansson, Bill Murray, even Ann Faris, John, like all the. Well, I don't know the actor's name for John. My apologies. The Avatar prick. But I think
Giovanni Ribisi.
great acting. I think the location was great. All the locations of like the shrine, the city of Tokyo, the mountain during the golf, like all those lined up to show where they were was great. Some shots I really liked. I like Bill Murray in the elevator being centered and tall, and the culture change. I like the shot of Charlotte watching the robed woman with the walking by with the guy holding the umbrella, and she's off to the side, and how that's framed up. I like that. Yeah, there's a lot of like little shots I really liked. I like that the shot of Bob in the hospital was lined up exactly the same when it cut back to him with the plush toy. I wasn't a big fan of the shaky cam, like kind of when they're running away from the guy with the BB gun. However, the handheld I think was fine. I really liked it more for Charlotte's character than I did for Bob, because when it was focused on Charlotte with like John, it gave me thoughts of Charlotte being more in instability and loss, where when it showed Charlotte with Bob in more of a fixed shot, it gave me more of a clarity for her character, possibly purpose of what she was doing. So I did like that. I didn't really get much of that with Bob in the use of cinematography. The writing and dialogue I think was fine. Actually pretty good. How they went about it, how Bob's character expression with a stranger of Charlotte, how they started off and then became better friends. Charlotte's conversation of what she has with John versus what she has with Bob. Also, Bob's talks with Lydia, his wife, and how those go. I think that was all nicely written of dialogue. The lighting, I touch on lighting here and there. I think it was fine. No lighting really stood out to me. Um, Editing, I think there's a couple edits that are confusing. Crimson brought it up a little, and I don't want to steal his thunder from it. But there's a little bit of editing that could have been better to show where it was or what it was at certain times. One thing I did catch, which I think is just a time of the film and possibly could fix with the budget, is the equipment they were using, because I have a couple timestamps of where you can find film blips in the film. Let's see, is that everything? Maybe. I agree. I think it's very, very slow. And a question I kind of had the entirety of the film is, where is this going? Like, what's the purpose of it? Like, meeting Charlotte and Bob, getting a relationship together and a friendship building. I'm like, okay, cool. Where's this going? Where's the conflict? And no, I'm not saying every film needs a conflict to be a film, like a decent film. This one is a great example of that. There's not exactly a conflict shown other than Bob has to leave. But I think it played out nicely and smoothly, but it took a long time to get there. And I don't know if that should result in the film being shorter, or if more needed to be added in those dead spaces of slowness. Because the things that were added, especially before that 40-minute mark, were almost to the point of repetitious and repetitive. Um, so overall, I give it a 7.5 objectively. I think it was nicely done. Subjectively, I might have to watch this movie again in a better headspace because of how I watch it now. Being, as I said earlier, I was late. Right before recording, I finished it, and I did watch it all in one sitting. I didn't cut it up. I sadly found this movie a little boring. I think there needed to be more of situations of the characters. I think I would have liked a little more if there was something about Bob and Lydia that was either I don't know if a flashback would have been great, but just something more expressed between more things that Bob has missed out on with his kids, or bringing up an example of a past business trip and a situation occurred, because it's implied, but we can't really ground that with the relationship of Bob and Lydia over just what we have. And then with Charlotte, with John, unsure how many photography shootings he goes out. I believe, if someone can help me here, this was like the first instance where Charlotte was invited along for one of John's photo shoots. Is that correct?
I don't think so, but I'm not.
You don't think so?
sure.
Okay. So I'm not sure if this is her first time being like in a sense of John's vacations, or or not vacations, but a job out of home situations, or she's experienced this type of thing before, but probably not been in Japan before because of how lost she seems. So I wish a little more of that was played out of the character relationship, because I think that would bounce off and strengthen a more kindling between Charlotte and Bob. I do like Kelly and Ferris's character to bounce off of Bob's acting and how they differ between those, and also the personality difference of Kelly and Charlotte, especially around John, and how Kelly catches John's interest more than Charlotte does when Kelly's around. But comparatively, I'm not fully comparing it, but you did bring it up when we did do Before We Go Sinister, that they're similar to one another, and I agree they are similar. I much more prefer Before We Go, and I think one of the main reasons for that is because Before We Go feels very real, and this to me definitely felt more like a 2003 film, which is not. It's just a preference of me. Before We Go got me very more immersed in the story versus this one. Um, but overall, I would not say it's a bad film at all. It's not. It's just not necessarily my cup of tea. And I don't want to see this as a negative thing, but I felt rude if I gave it a lower score than what I did, because it would go into my scoring of like it would be then kind of classified as bad, and it's not. So my subjective, I give it as a 5.5, but I feel that could rise if I was in a more comfortable sense to watch the film, kind of thing. I think my environment affected it a little of my viewing.
And last but not least, writer.
Yeah. All right. I'll give my subjective first, as I typically like to do. um. I This is kind of an unspoken rule for me, at least. That I don't know if I've talked about it before on the podcast, but if you inspire me to do if you inspire me in my own artistic work, generally I think you did a good job in some way. And in terms of my subjective score, even though like I dislike Ryan Johnson's work with a passion, he still nonetheless inspired me to do some of my work. To do my own work in a kind of its own twisted sort of way. Um, so that actually would add to my subjective score to a degree, I think. But I really love this film. I found it more real than Before We Go in terms of feeling, but that's again this is subjective. So I was engrossed from beginning to end. I didn't have as many issues with terms of like pacing and stuff like that. And while that will contribute to the writing, and certainly in some aspects, as I do view that as an objective problem, I don't think it really detracted from my enjoyment all that much. I very much enjoyed the slow burn. And yes, I'm heavily biased because I do write a lot of slow burn romance. So uh, I'm actually at a subjective 9 for this. I'm definitely coming back to this at some point. Um, I'm gonna go make sure everyone in my family at least hears about it. I'm gonna go rant about it, brag about it, all of that. And I think the biggest takeaway for me here is it inspired my own work, which for me is a testament that I think you did something great most of the time. That's usually what that means. Um, Objective. So the world building and the plot have some minor issues that compound into important scenes. Pacing in some scenes, whether or not we agreed on pacing issues for certain scenes, we all agreed that there were some pacing issues with regards to scenes. So like we had a difference of opinion when it comes to Bob's job. We all thought maybe one scene dragged on a little too much, but we all picked different scenes. But that nonetheless, we still detected an issue with it. Teleporting characters. We got two instances that at least I could see. The last one being a more major one because I think it fed right into what was supposed to be the climax and crux of the film. I would say that a lot of the slow build is very much intentional. It helps in a way to facilitate that tone of awkwardness in scenes where we're having cross cultural interaction, and it also adds to. For me, that added to the real factor that I felt throughout most of the film. I think the way our characters meet is mostly by happenstance. They both share a hotel and are more or less spending a majority of their time in this place together. It's about as well set up as you can do for a quote unquote chance meeting. And I think the world building, despite all of our jokes, is very much characterized in the title of the film, which is Lost in Translation. You feel both the disparity that the characters have with both the culture and in the case of Charlotte, she's feeling dissonant with it not bringing her the joy that she wants, and in the case of Bob, it's not bringing him any closure. He's just done with it and doesn't want to be there for a majority of the film, or at least the first half. So I kind of wrote it down as a culture shock mixed with apathy. It's a sort of in that mundane sort of way where it's not really helping lost souls or whatever find who they are, and it's not helping our characters feel better. The world building is it's a very dour take. Like, the world is not there to make the characters happy; they have to find it themselves. Um, and for the sake of diving into the characters, I'm going to focus on strictly Bob and Charlotte because all the other characters are minor. And I gave my piece on Kelly, so I'm not going to repeat that here. Bob is a man who doesn't really come to us as lost, but he's definitely in the final throes or of an acting career, or perhaps the final throes of his marriage. He is characterized with regards to Charlotte as someone who's been there and done that. He comes from a little more of an experienced talking point. He struggles with sleeping, feels guilty with regards to his family, doesn't know how to fix all of it, and at the same time, he likes to have fun, likes to crack jokes, does have a caring side that's a bit buried under the weight of everything else. Ultimately implies that he wants to have a space, he wants to get away from a while, disassociate from reality, and in a way that places his family into a bit more of a nagging presence in the film. But because then nagging in quotes, and his family scenes are almost always juxtaposed with his Charlotte scenes. Like, he calls his wife after his night out with Charlotte because I think he feels guilty. He gets a phone call from his family after he cheats on her with the singer. I read guilt into that scene, which I think added it to that particular character trait for me. By the end of the film, you have a full sense of his insecurities, frustrations, and his relationships, and all of which I think add to the complexity of his romantic feelings for Charlotte without necessarily having the physicality that normally comes with a romantic relationship. I think he's an extremely well-written and well-portrayed character. Charlotte is a character who is young, while Bob isn't really soul-searching because he knows who he is and where he is in his life. Charlotte is very much doing that. She's questioning her marriage. She's touring Japan but finds it hollow. Tries to love her husband, but he's never around, or finds that relationships her husband has a bit grating on her. She also tries listening to self-help audiobooks. She tries to visit shrines. She experiences jealousy. She doesn't like snoring. But she can't find joy in all the things that she's trying. But I think the major takeaway from her character is that the fact that she is trying, like, that's something worth noting. She tries her hand at sightseeing, arcade hopping, going out with her husband's other friends, such as Charlie Brown. And under that is someone who likes to go with the flow, likes to try to find excuses to laugh. I think all of which pairs and contrasts neatly with Bob over the course of the film to add to the wonderful complexities that are her character. And I think with all of that, and I think how well the two main characters are done, and the side cast, and the plot, while having its issues in pacing and teleporting characters, I'm at an 8.5 objectively.
All right.
So there was a bit of difference between Ryder and myself.
just a bit, yeah.
There was a
which is rare for the podcast, so we'll chop this one down to the history books.
Boy, my hot indie flicks just aren't cutting it. I think I gotta get a different approach. Joking.
Yeah.
All right.
Well then,
if
gentlemen,
there's nothing else, yeah.
Shall I read us out?
Ryder
gentlemen?
read us out?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes.
I believe so.
All right. Thank you, audience, for listening, whether it be Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Castbox, Google Podcasts, and Pocket Casts, and Samsung. And if you're on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble, please like and subscribe everywhere. Please tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. Or in this case, tell how wrong I am and how right Crimson is, or vice versa. As always, as always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Chris Maroon.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.